In every era of human history, there are stories that refuse to die, whispers of forgotten continents, legends of lands swallowed by the sea, and civilizations so advanced they stand in defiance of everything we are told about our past. Most people have heard of Atlantis. Some may have heard of Lemuria. But there exists another name, far more elusive, far more forbidden, Mu. Unlike Atlantis, Mu is not a tale repeated in schoolbooks or echoed in popular culture. Instead, it lingers in the margins of forbidden archaeology, spoken of in hushed tones, dismissed by scholars, and quietly erased from the mainstream record. And yet, the traces are everywhere, if you know where to look. Imagine opening a textbook in school and finding a chapter missing, entirely removed, as if it never existed. Now imagine that this missing chapter doesn't just contain a footnote or a minor correction to history, but the possibility of an entire world that predates Egypt, Mesopotamia, and even the first spark of civilization as we have been taught. A world that, if acknowledged, would force us to rewrite everything we think we know about the human story. This is the forbidden history of Mu, a civilization said to have spanned thousands of miles across the Pacific, advanced in knowledge, technology, and spirituality, only to vanish in a cataclysm so devastating that it erased almost every trace of its existence. Almost. For centuries, fragments of this lost world have surfaced in myths, in the sacred stories of indigenous peoples, and in the forbidden texts that few dare to analyze. From Polynesian chants about a drowned homeland, to Mayan inscriptions describing a lost eastern continent, to the cryptic reports of explorers and missionaries in the 18th and 19th centuries who stumbled across ruins no one could explain, Mu's shadow lingers just beyond the boundaries of accepted history. The story is tantalizing, but it is also dangerous. Because if Mu existed, then history as we know it is incomplete. Worse, it may be deliberately censored. To grasp the gravity of this mystery, we must ask, why is Mu so absent from mainstream knowledge? Why is it that countless university lectures on ancient civilizations will freely discuss Atlantis as a cultural myth, yet rarely even mention Mu? The answer may lie not in the strength of evidence, but in the threat such a story poses to the established narrative. Atlantis, after all, has been reduced to metaphor. It has been safely locked away as a philosophical allegory from Plato. Mu, on the other hand, has not been so easily contained. It doesn't exist in the writings of just one philosopher. Its traces appear in multiple cultures, scattered across thousands of miles, suggesting not an allegory, but a memory. And that is far more unsettling. Picture for a moment the Pacific Ocean, vast, endless, covering nearly 1/3 of the Earth's surface. Beneath its waves lies the least explored terrain on our planet, an underwater world as alien to us as the surface of Mars. Science admits that we have mapped less of the Pacific floor than the surface of the Moon. What secrets, then, could be hiding in those abyssal depths? What ruins, what monuments, what forgotten cities might be buried beneath miles of saltwater and volcanic rock? If Mu once thrived there, then its remains may be resting in silence, beyond the reach of our submarines and our curiosity. But legends insist the memory survives, encoded in the myths of peoples whose ancestors carried fragments of a story they refused to let die. The first explorers who ventured into the Pacific during the Age of Empire were stunned to encounter island cultures separated by thousands of miles, yet sharing uncanny similarities in architecture, oral tradition, and cosmology. They reported on megalithic structures that seemed impossible for isolated islanders to construct with primitive tools. They recorded myths of ancestors who came from a great land that no longer existed, a continent lost to the sea. But what happened to those reports? Many were buried in obscure journals, dismissed as misunderstandings, or actively suppressed by the institutions that sought to frame history in a more acceptable narrative. And so Mu became the unspoken legend, the chapter torn from the book before the public could ever read it. But fragments continued to surface. In the late 19th century, writers, occultists, and explorers began piecing together a picture of this lost world, drawing from Polynesian oral tradition, Mayan inscriptions, and Indian texts describing submerged kingdoms. Some of these voices, like Colonel James Churchward in the early 20th century, would risk ridicule by claiming direct evidence of Mu. Others, less bold, would only hint at the connections, leaving behind cryptic remarks about lost continents and forbidden pasts. Today, these accounts are dismissed by academia as pseudo-history. But the question lingers, why such aggressive dismissal? If Mu is nothing more than fantasy, why erase it so completely? Consider the implications if Mu was real. If humanity's roots are not in Mesopotamia alone, but in a far older Pacific civilization, then the entire foundation of our history crumbles. It means agriculture, architecture, navigation, astronomy, perhaps even technology, were being mastered long before the supposed first civilizations we are taught about in school. It means indigenous traditions, often dismissed as myth or allegory, may be preserving accurate historical memory. And it means that modern power structures built on the idea of progress from savagery to civilization may be based on a lie. No wonder the story of Mu is forbidden. As we begin this journey, remember, every civilization that has fallen believed it would endure forever. Rome fell. Egypt declined. Mesopotamia faded into dust. If a continent-spanning civilization could vanish into the Pacific, leaving behind only fragments of myth and stone, then what else might we be missing from the human record? How many other chapters of history have been erased? How much of what we believe about our origins is merely the carefully curated version of a deeper, more complicated truth? In the following exploration, we will sift through the forbidden evidence, the ruins that shouldn't exist, the myths that carry too much detail to be coincidence, the suppressed texts, and the voices of those who risked everything to reveal a world that predates recorded history. We will weigh the theories, the counter-arguments, and the chilling possibility that what we have been told about our past is only the surface of a far deeper ocean of truth. This is not just the story of a lost continent. This is the story of how history itself can be erased, rewritten, and controlled. And by the end, you may never look at the Pacific, or the textbooks on your shelf, the same way again. The idea of Mu may feel like a modern invention, a fanciful tale born in the imagination of explorers and occultists, but in truth its reappearance in the Western world came not from fantasy, but from scattered encounters with fragments of a much older memory. By the 19th century, a new spirit of exploration had gripped Europe and America. Missionaries, colonial officials, and adventurers fanned out across the Pacific, eager to chart its countless islands, document its cultures, and, in many cases, impose their own beliefs on the peoples they met. Along the way, they stumbled upon something they could not easily explain: oral traditions that spoke of a vast lost homeland, sacred chants that remembered a continent now buried beneath the sea. These were not isolated legends. They appeared again and again, across thousands of miles, and in languages that could not possibly have influenced one another. To the Western mind, raised on the rigid boundaries of biblical chronology and European history, the implications were staggering. Imagine a missionary landing on a remote island in Micronesia, expecting to find what he had been told were primitive cultures awaiting civilization, only to discover priests chanting of ancestors who came from a mighty land long vanished beneath the waves. Imagine explorers in Polynesia, recording stories of voyages across immense distances, guided by memories of a homeland that no longer existed on any map. These fragments struck the outsiders with both fascination and unease. They didn't fit neatly into the narrative of humanity that Europe was so carefully constructing. At a time when Darwin's theory of evolution was already shaking traditional beliefs, the suggestion of a vanished civilization far older than Egypt or Mesopotamia was simply too disruptive. Still, some records were kept. Missionaries in Tahiti, Samoa, and Hawaii noted recurring themes of drowned lands and ancestral continents. Spanish chroniclers in the Americas, centuries earlier, had been told similar tales by the Maya and Aztec, who spoke of eastern lands swallowed by the ocean. And in Asia, Buddhist monks preserved scrolls that hinted at destroyed kingdoms, their knowledge carried westward by traders and travelers. Slowly, these fragments coalesced into something more coherent, something that seemed to point not to scattered myths, but to a memory preserved across cultures, a memory of Mu. The late 1800s were a period when the world's mysteries seemed to be colliding with one another. Archaeology was uncovering ancient cities in Mesopotamia. Scholars were decoding Egyptian hieroglyphs. The lost world of Troy, once dismissed as myth, had suddenly become reality when Heinrich Schliemann dug into the soil of modern Turkey. This was the backdrop against which whispers of Mu began to spread. If Troy, once considered fantasy, had been real, then why not Mu? If cities thousands of years older than the Bible suggested could be dug out of the desert, then what else might be waiting beneath the oceans? At the same time, Western occult movements were gaining strength. Societies like the Theosophical movement, with its fascination for Eastern wisdom and hidden knowledge, began to draw upon these reports of lost continents. They claimed that ancient texts, hidden in the monasteries of Tibet or passed down by secret orders, spoke of civilizations far older than humanity's accepted timeline. The idea of Lemuria, first suggested as a land bridge by Victorian scientists to explain certain biological puzzles, merged with these stories, creating confusion and overlap with Mu. But Mu itself retained a distinct identity, a Pacific continent, a motherland of civilizations, older than history and deliberately erased from collective memory. For some, this was more than a curiosity. It was heresy. Archaeologists, eager to establish their field as a rigorous science, sought to distance themselves from anything that smacked of myth or speculation. To them, the emerging stories of Mu were an embarrassment, something to be discarded quickly before it tarnished the credibility of their discipline. And so, the very idea of Mu became a dangerous subject, one that could end careers or ruin reputations. Yet the legends persisted, whispered among those who had seen too much to dismiss them entirely. There is a curious irony here. The more aggressively the establishment rejected Mu, the more power the idea seemed to gain. Writers and explorers outside the academic world, free from institutional censorship, began piecing together accounts and daring to publish them. Some presented wild theories, others relied on painstaking comparisons of myths, symbols, and ruins. But in every case, the fascination remained the same. Could it be that a vast civilization, older than anything in our textbooks, had been lost not just to time, but to deliberate suppression? The re-emergence of Mu in the Western imagination reveals a deeper truth about human history. Our past is not a closed book. It is a mystery still being written, with pages missing, torn, or hidden. And while some of those missing pages may never be recovered, others occasionally drift back to the surface, carried on the currents of legend, archaeology, and forgotten testimony. Mu was one such page. It rose in the 19th century, fragile, controversial, and quickly attacked. But once glimpsed, it could never be fully erased. By the dawn of the 20th century, the stage was set for a more dramatic confrontation with the story of Mu. Explorers would claim to have seen physical evidence of the lost continent. Writers would attempt to reconstruct its civilization. And secret societies would adopt Mu as part of their hidden doctrine of human origins. But in this early stage, the reappearance of the legend in Western thought, the pattern was already clear. This was not simply a story about a sunken land. It was a story about knowledge itself, who controls it, who preserves it, and who decides what the rest of the world is allowed to believe. What makes Mu so different from Atlantis is not just its location, but its erasure. Atlantis has always been acknowledged, even if dismissed as allegory. Mu, on the other hand, has been actively denied. That denial is itself evidence of the threat it poses to the accepted story of humanity. For what is more dangerous to an established narrative than a rival chapter of history that cannot be contained, that keeps resurfacing in the songs of islanders, the chants of priests, and the myths of civilizations thousands of miles apart? The 19th century was only the beginning. The forbidden history of Mu had resurfaced. And while academia rushed to bury it once again, others, curious, defiant, or simply unwilling to accept the official version, began to dig deeper. That digging would lead to claims of ancient tablets, vast empires, and catastrophic destruction. But it all began here, with explorers and missionaries who came seeking converts or glory, and instead found fragments of a story that would not die. Across the expanse of the Pacific, thousands of islands rise like scattered jewels from the deep. To the untrained eye, they seem isolated, disconnected, each culture developing in its own bubble of history. But when we listen carefully to the stories told by their people, when we trace their chants, their myths, and their genealogies, a strange pattern begins to emerge. Again and again, in Polynesia, in Micronesia, in Melanesia, we hear echoes of a vanished homeland, a place remembered as vast, fertile, and now forever lost beneath the waves. For generations, these oral traditions were dismissed by outsiders as allegory or poetic exaggeration. Yet, the consistency of the tales across such immense distances is difficult to ignore. Could it be that scattered island peoples are the last living witnesses of Mu? Take, for example, the legends of the Polynesians. From Hawaii in the north to New Zealand in the south, from Tahiti to Easter Island, they tell of ancestral voyages guided by stars and memories. Central to these traditions is the idea of Hawaii, a homeland across the sea, the place from which their ancestors once came. In some versions, Hawaii is described as a mystical realm of the dead. But in many others, it is remembered as a real, physical land that sank beneath the ocean, forcing migrations that spread Polynesian culture across the Pacific. The very word Hawaii resonates across languages. Hawaii, Savaii in Samoa, Avaiki in the Cook Islands. To scholars, these are linguistic coincidences. To those who listen more carefully, they may be the faint linguistic fingerprints of Mu. On Easter Island, the remote and windswept isle that guards the Pacific southern edge, the story becomes even stranger. Here, the Rapa Nui people speak of Hotu Matue, the great chief who led their ancestors from a homeland to the west called Hiva. According to legend, Hiva was swallowed by the sea after violent earthquakes and rising waters. The survivors fled across the ocean, eventually landing on Easter Island. To this day, the ruins of their great stone statues, the moai, gaze inward as if remembering something too painful to face, the memory of a homeland they could never return to. The parallel with Mu's destruction is unmistakable. Further north, in Micronesia, the island of Nan Madol offers a physical reminder. Its canals and basalt ruins, massive in scale, are said in local tradition to have been built by gods or giants who came from a distant land. The people of Pohnpei speak of their ancestors arriving after their homeland was destroyed by the sea. The ruins themselves are eerily silent, their origins shrouded in mystery. To archaeologists, they are the remains of a complex chiefdom. To those who follow the trail of Mu, they are surviving outposts of a civilization wiped from the earth. But the echoes do not stop in the Pacific. In Mesoamerica, the Mayan Popol speaks of earlier worlds destroyed by floods, earthquakes, and fire. One of these vanished worlds is described as a great eastern land that disappeared beneath the waves. Similarly, Aztec traditions tell of Aztlan, a lost homeland from which their ancestors migrated. While mainstream historians interpret these stories as symbolic migrations, others see them as memories of Mu survivors, who fled across the ocean and seeded new civilizations. The resemblance between Mayan cosmology and Churchward's later descriptions of Mu is uncanny. So uncanny that it raises the unsettling possibility that both were preserving the same forgotten truth. Even in Japan, we find tales of sunken kingdoms. The story of Yonaguni, an underwater structure off Okinawa, has stirred intense debate. Is it a natural formation, or the ruins of an ancient city? Local folklore speaks of a kingdom lost to the sea, a memory that resonates with the larger narrative of Mu. The Japanese legend of Rygj, the dragon palace beneath the waves, hints at a forgotten connection between land and ocean, myth and memory. When placed side by side with Polynesian, Mesoamerican, and Native American flood myths, the similarities become difficult to dismiss. Skeptics argue that flood stories are universal because floods are universal. Every coastal culture, they claim, will eventually face storms, rising tides, or tsunamis, and will naturally create myths around them. But this argument fails to explain the level of detail found in so many of these stories. Vast land sinking, catastrophic earthquakes, migrations across oceans, survivors carrying fragments of knowledge to distant shores. These are not the vague metaphors of storm-racked villages. They are consistent patterns, separated by vast distances, yet strangely unified. What force, other than memory, could have preserved such details across cultures with no contact? The possibility arises that these cultures are not merely telling their own stories, but fragments of one shared story, a story that originates with Mu. If Mu once existed, and if it was destroyed in a global cataclysm, then the survivors would have scattered in every direction. Some would reach Polynesia. Others would arrive in the Americas. Still others may have traveled west toward Asia and beyond. Over time, each group would preserve the memory of the lost homeland in its own language, reshaped into myth, but carrying a kernel of historical truth. This would explain why cultures so far apart share legends of sunken lands, migrations, and ancestral continents. It also explains why the story of Mu, though erased from textbooks, refuses to vanish. The memory is too deeply embedded, too widely spread. It is not confined to one culture or one region. It echoes across the world's oceans like a haunting chorus, a song half forgotten but never silenced. The ocean may have buried the land, but it could not bury the story. The question, then, is not whether these myths exist. They do. The question is why they are so consistent, why they align so closely with what would be expected if a great Pacific continent had indeed been swallowed by the sea. Is it coincidence? Is it shared human imagination, inventing the same story over and over? Or is it the echo of something real, something that once was, and that powerful institutions have chosen to suppress? As we follow these echoes across the Pacific and beyond, the case for Mu grows stronger. The fragments align. The myths reinforce one another. And the silence of official history becomes more deafening. If the ancestors of Polynesia, the Maya, the Aztecs, the Japanese, and countless others are all pointing toward the same lost world, then perhaps the greatest mystery is not whether Mu existed, but why the story has been so aggressively erased. What truth lies beneath the ocean that we are not supposed to see? When European colonial powers pushed deeper into the Pacific, they carried with them not only guns and trade goods, but also notebooks, sketchpads, and a hunger to catalogue everything they encountered. These explorers and missionaries were not prepared for what they found, fragments of a past that defied their worldviews. As they landed on distant islands and spoke with local chiefs, priests, and navigators, they recorded stories that were eerily consistent, memories of great lands swallowed by the ocean, ancestors who had fled catastrophe, and ruins whose builders were remembered as gods or giants. For the colonial world, still obsessed with the notion of civilizing so-called primitive peoples, these accounts were deeply unsettling. How could communities living on small, remote islands remember in detail vast homelands that no longer existed? Why did so many traditions speak of earthquakes, fire, and rising seas? And perhaps most disturbingly, why did these stories mirror legends from other parts of the world? The missionaries were there to bring the Bible, but instead they found themselves confronted with tales of destruction that seemed older, stranger, and far less controllable than anything in Scripture. Reports from the 18th and 19th centuries reveal a tension between curiosity and suppression. Some missionaries, in their letters home, described local stories of drowned continents and ancient voyages. They compared them, sometimes reluctantly, to the biblical flood of Noah, seeking ways to fit them into a familiar framework. But others admitted that the details were too specific to be mere echoes of the Old Testament. They wrote of lands stretching far across the horizon, of cities and kingdoms that collapsed in fire and water. These accounts, instead of being celebrated, were often buried in obscure church records or colonial archives, places where few eyes would ever see them again. One Spanish missionary, writing from the Marianas in the early 1700s, confessed his unease at the consistency of stories about a great land that was here before the sea took it. His superiors advised him to frame such legends as native embellishments of the flood rather than independent memories of a cataclysm. In Hawaii, early chroniclers noted chants describing the sinking of entire islands, chants repeated across generations with a precision that suggested more than metaphor. Again, these records were filed away, dismissed as quaint mythology. The pattern was clear. When confronted with indigenous accounts that did not fit neatly into European frameworks, colonial authorities simply silenced them. But sometimes, the evidence could not be so easily ignored. Consider the ruins of Nan Madol on the island of Pohnpei. When German explorers first encountered the site in the 19th century, they were stunned. Towering walls of basalt stone, arranged in intricate canals, sprawled across the landscape. Local oral traditions insisted that the builders had come from another land, a homeland that no longer existed. The Europeans documented the ruins, but the explanation that they might be remnants of a lost continent was considered too radical. Instead, the ruins were later attributed to unknown island chiefs, their true origins left unexamined. The official narrative demanded that Mu remain unspoken. In South America, Spanish chroniclers recorded similar contradictions. The Maya and Aztec spoke of lands across the sea, destroyed in fiery cataclysms, from which their ancestors had fled. But because these accounts conflicted with the imposed biblical framework, they were relegated to footnotes, their details stripped of importance. In colonial archives, the memory of Mu lay waiting, filed away but never acknowledged. What makes these reports so compelling is their convergence. Missionaries in the Pacific, conquistadors in the Americas, explorers in Asia, all encountered traditions that spoke of drowned lands and vanished homelands. And yet, these accounts were consistently filtered through the lens of European authority, shaped, censored, or simply hidden. The stories that could be twisted into biblical allegory were preserved. The rest, the dangerous details, the hints of an erased civilization, were discarded. In this way, colonial encounters became not just a meeting of cultures, but a battlefield of history itself. One has to ask, why the urgency to suppress? The colonial world thrived on control of land, of people, and of narrative. To acknowledge that indigenous peoples carried accurate memories of a lost world far older than the Bible or classical texts would have been to admit that Europe was not the guardian of knowledge it claimed to be. It would have meant that so-called primitive societies held truths that the civilized world had forgotten. For missionaries and officials determined to establish superiority, this was intolerable. And yet, despite suppression, some whispers escaped. Scholars in Europe and America occasionally stumbled across fragments of these colonial reports and began to wonder, could it be that the oral traditions of islanders were not mere metaphor, but the last surviving testimony of Mu? The very act of suppression seemed to hint at something worth hiding. If the stories were nonsense, why not leave them in plain sight? Why bury them in dusty archives? Why discourage further inquiry? Silence, after all, is often more revealing than denial. These colonial encounters remind us of a deeper truth. History is not just about what is remembered. It is about what is allowed to be remembered. In the Pacific, the colonial era became a filter through which the voices of ancient memory were distorted, silenced, or lost. But enough fragments survived to trouble the official narrative. Enough fragments slipped through to inspire future seekers who would dare to piece the puzzle back together. The missionaries and explorers of the colonial era may not have understood what they were witnessing. They may have believed they were documenting quaint local myths. But in reality, they were standing at the edge of something far larger, the shadow of a civilization erased. Their hesitation, their suppression, and their silence all point toward a mystery that refused to be contained. And as the 19th century moved into the 20th, new figures would emerge, figures who would take these fragments and claim to reconstruct the whole. They would not whisper of Mu. They would shout it. And in doing so, they would spark a controversy that still burns to this day. By the late 19th century, the industrial world was hungry for mystery. Steamships and telegraphs shrank the globe. Newspapers carried stories of exotic lands into every cafe and parlor, and the public devoured tales of ruins, myths, and lost civilizations. It was in this climate that the legend of Mu began to crystallize, not as scattered fragments whispered by missionaries or explorers, but as a bold declaration by individuals who insisted that an entire continent had once flourished and then perished in the Pacific. These were not cautious scholars preserving fragments of myth. These were storytellers, polemicists, and seekers determined to convince the world that the official version of history was wrong. The most influential of these figures was Augustus Le Plongeon, a French-American archaeologist and photographer who spent years in the Yucatan studying the ruins of the Maya. While most of his contemporaries saw the Maya as an isolated civilization, Le Plongeon insisted they were the inheritors of a far older culture, one that had once stretched across the oceans. He claimed to have deciphered inscriptions that told of a lost land called Mu, a place of great kings, vast temples, and advanced knowledge. According to him, when Mu sank beneath the waves, its survivors scattered, seeding the beginnings of civilizations from Egypt to Central America. Le Plongeon's writings were sensational, filled with sweeping claims that tied together the pyramids of Giza, the temples of Angkor, and the cities of the Americas into a single lost narrative. For him, Mu was not a myth but a historical reality that explained the uncanny parallels across ancient cultures. He presented himself as the discoverer of truths hidden by both time and willful neglect, truths that scholars were too timid, or too complicit, to admit. His dramatic reconstructions captivated readers, but they also scandalized the academic community. Most archaeologists dismissed him as a dreamer, a man reading into inscriptions what he wanted to see. Yet, paradoxically, their dismissal only made his claims more attractive to the public, who sensed that perhaps the establishment was hiding something. Le Plongeon's legacy was picked up and amplified by another figure whose influence would prove even more enduring: James Churchward, a British-born soldier, engineer, and writer who spent much of his life in India. There, he claimed, he had encountered ancient tablets written in a mysterious language known only to a select group of priests. According to Churchward, these tablets described the rise and fall of Mu in breathtaking detail. He wrote of a vast continent stretching across the Pacific, home to a highly advanced civilization that had mastered science, engineering, and spiritual knowledge long before Egypt or Mesopotamia. Churchward claimed that Mu was the cradle of humanity itself, the mother civilization from which all others had sprung. He described its downfall in cataclysmic terms: volcanoes erupting, continents splitting, oceans rising to swallow cities whole. In his books, such as The Lost Continent of Mu, 1926, he painted Mu as both utopia and warning, a society that embodied human potential but was obliterated by forces beyond its control. His work sold widely, capturing imaginations in the same way that Atlantis had for generations. But unlike Plato's account of Atlantis, which was ambiguous and couched in philosophy, Churchward's version of Mu was rich in specifics. He spoke of temples, technologies, even the number of people who had lived there, numbers so precise they suggested access to records no one else had ever seen. Critics pointed out the obvious: Churchward's mysterious tablets were never produced, the priests he claimed to have met could not be verified, and his interpretations often contradicted established linguistic and archaeological evidence. Yet the criticisms did little to stop his popularity. Readers wanted to believe. In the roaring 1920s and the Depression years that followed, His stories offered a kind of mythic escape, a reassurance that human history was grander and more mysterious than textbooks allowed. The image of Mu as a lost paradise resonated with a public yearning for meaning in a rapidly industrializing and increasingly uncertain world. Beyond Le Plongeon and Churchward, there were others, theosophists who integrated Mu into their esoteric teachings, mystics who claimed to channel the voices of its survivors, and popular writers who linked Mu to everything from Easter Island statues to ancient maps. In this swirl of speculation, Mu took on many forms: a cradle of civilization, a spiritual homeland, a scientific marvel destroyed by its own hubris. Each retelling added new layers, new details, blurring the line between history and mythology. What made these accounts so compelling was not just their content but their timing. Science was advancing rapidly, uncovering fossils, deciphering hieroglyphs, and rewriting the history of humanity. Yet, at the same time, the world was still full of blank spaces, uncharted oceans, unexplained ruins, unanswered questions. The idea of Mu provided a grand unifying narrative that filled those gaps. It offered a single, dramatic explanation for the similarities between pyramids on different continents, for flood myths told across cultures, for the sudden appearance of advanced civilizations with no apparent precursors. For those willing to suspend skepticism, Mu was the missing piece that made everything fit. But even as the myth grew, so too did the resistance. Mainstream academics rejected Le Plongeon, Churchward, and their successors, labeling their work pseudoscience, fantasy, or fraud. The more the public devoured these stories, the more firmly institutions closed ranks against them. And yet, the harder the establishment pushed back, the stronger the sense of conspiracy became. Why, believers asked, were scholars so determined to bury Mu? If it was truly nonsense, why not simply ignore it? To those on the outside, the hostility of the academic world only seemed like confirmation that a great secret was being guarded. This battle between official rejection and popular fascination would shape the story of Mu for decades. By the early 20th century, it was no longer just a scattered indigenous memory, nor merely the eccentric theory of a few individuals. It had become a cultural phenomenon, a lost world whose very suppression fueled its allure. And like the ruins that inspired it, the legend of Mu seemed to resist erasure. It lingered in the imagination, resurfacing again and again, demanding to be heard. As the story of Mu spread in the early 20th century, it did not remain confined to archaeology or adventure literature. It was quickly absorbed into the world of the esoteric, the occult, and the mystical movements that were sweeping across Europe and America. For seekers dissatisfied with traditional religion and frustrated by the rigidity of science, the lost continent of Mu became more than a historical question. It became a spiritual homeland, a symbol of hidden wisdom deliberately erased from human memory. This fusion began most prominently with the Theosophical Society, founded in the late 19th century by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Theosophy blended elements of Eastern philosophy, Western mysticism, and ancient mythology into a new worldview that promised to reveal the secret doctrine behind all religions. Blavatsky herself spoke often of Atlantis and Lemuria, vast, vanished lands that had once been the stage for humanity's early evolution. When the idea of Mu entered the public consciousness, it slipped seamlessly into this framework. For theosophists, Mu was not just a physical place, it was a metaphysical reality, a realm where the earliest spiritual experiments of humanity had unfolded. Theosophical writers elaborated on this, claiming that Mu had been home to advanced spiritual beings, the so-called root races that predated modern humans. According to this vision, Mu was not simply destroyed by natural catastrophe. It fell because its people had misused their powers, tampering with forces they could not fully control. This spiritualized retelling gave Mu a moral dimension. It was a cautionary tale of lost wisdom, a reminder of what happens when humanity turns away from higher truths. In this sense, Mu became less like Atlantis as described by Plato and more like the biblical Eden, a paradise destroyed by hubris, remembered only in fragments, but holding the key to our ultimate destiny. By the 1920s and 1930s, occult publishers were printing entire volumes weaving Mu into a cosmic tapestry of reincarnation, karmic cycles, and planetary evolution. Spiritualists claimed that in seances, they had contacted souls who once lived in Mu. Esoteric teachers lectured that the knowledge of Mu survived in hidden lodges, passed down in symbols, waiting for the chosen few to rediscover it. For their students, these teachings were electrifying. Mu was no longer a footnote in speculative archaeology. It was proof that history had dimensions deliberately concealed from the public. One particularly influential strand of this mysticism connected Mu to the secret origins of religion itself. Some esoteric writers, argued that the great world faiths, from Buddhism to Christianity, were all distorted echoes of a primordial religion born in Mu. In this telling, the flood myths, the creation stories, even the idea of gods descending to Earth were fragments of a once unified spiritual science practiced by the people of that lost continent. Such claims resonated deeply with those who believed modern society had become spiritually impoverished, cut off from the truths that ancient peoples had taken for granted. The occult fascination with Mu did not stop with books and lectures. It bled into ritual, art, and even architecture. Some secret societies designed ceremonies meant to invoke the memory of Mu, treating it as a sacred current of energy that could still be tapped. Others claimed that certain temples and monuments, like those on Easter Island or in Egypt, were built not merely as memorials, but as deliberate channels of Mu's spiritual power, aligned with cosmic forces. For initiates, this transformed the lost continent into something living, a presence that could still shape events in the modern world. It was during this period that Mu also became entangled with ideas of race and destiny, an entanglement that would later prove controversial and troubling. Some esoteric thinkers adopted the belief that Mu had given rise to distinct root races, each carrying different spiritual qualities. While some framed this in mystical or symbolic terms, others used it to argue for a hierarchy of peoples and civilizations. In this way, the myth of Mu was sometimes twisted into a justification for colonialism, racism, and exclusion. It is an uncomfortable reminder of how even the most imaginative myths can be co-opted for darker purposes. Yet despite these distortions, the allure of Mu as a lost spiritual homeland only grew stronger. For everyday believers, it offered hope that humanity's forgotten past held the blueprint for a more enlightened future. If Mu had truly been a cradle of wisdom, perhaps its knowledge could be recovered, guiding the world through its crises of war, industrialization, and social upheaval. Writers in the 1930s and 1940s even suggested that the rediscovery of Mu would usher in a new golden age, a return to harmony with nature and the cosmos. By mid-century, Mu had taken on a dual identity. On the one hand, it remained a speculative archaeological mystery, a question of ruins, maps, and oral traditions. On the other, it had become a symbol of esoteric truth, embedded in the teachings of occult orders and New Age movements. These two threads often overlapped, blurring the boundaries between science and spirituality, history and mythology. For many, this blurred line was not a problem but a feature. It allowed them to imagine a universe where myth and fact were not opposites, but parts of the same hidden reality. The absorption of Mu into esoteric thought also ensured its survival. Academic circles dismissed Mu as fantasy, but in lodges, spiritual communities, and mystical publications, the legend thrived. While textbooks ignored it, thousands of seekers kept the flame alive, convinced that Mu was more than a story. To them, it was proof that our world's history was richer, stranger, and far more magical than the gatekeepers admitted. This esoteric fascination prepared the ground for the next transformation of the Mu narrative. For as the 20th century advanced, and as humanity entered the atomic age and the dawn of space exploration, the legend of Mu would be reborn once again, this time not as an ancient memory or a mystical homeland, but as part of a cosmic story that reached beyond Earth itself. The occult roots of Mu would soon blossom into something even more startling, the claim that its people had been in contact with, or even descended from, beings not of this world. By the mid-20th century, the world had entered a new era. Nuclear weapons had split the atom, rockets pierced the edge of space, and suddenly humanity was forced to confront a staggering possibility we were not the masters of. The universe we once believed ourselves to be. Against this backdrop, the legend of Mu underwent yet another transformation. What had once been remembered as a drowned homeland or imagined as a mystical Eden was now reinterpreted through the lens of the space age. If Mu had been real, some argued, then perhaps its people had not been entirely human. Perhaps they had been in contact with, or even descended from, beings who came from the stars. This shift was not arbitrary. Already, popular culture was saturated with images of flying saucers and alien encounters. In 1947, the Roswell incident gripped the imagination, and in the decades that followed, sightings of UFOs multiplied. Suddenly, the skies were no longer empty. They were filled with mystery, and the possibility of otherworldly visitors became mainstream conversation. In this new climate, it was only natural for the story of Mu to be drawn into the orbit of extraterrestrial speculation. Writers began suggesting that Mu had not been merely advanced by human standards, it had been advanced beyond what human ingenuity could plausibly explain. The monumental ruins scattered across the Pacific, Nan Madol in Micronesia, the massive stone heads of Easter Island, the megalithic platforms of Polynesia, were recast as evidence not just of a lost civilization, but of technology gifted by non-human intelligences. Some theorists argued that Mu's people had mastered anti-gravity, energy manipulation, and perhaps even interstellar travel, knowledge they could not have developed without alien intervention. In this retelling, the fall of Mu took on an even more cosmic significance. It was no longer simply the story of a continent swallowed by water. It was the story of a civilization caught between worlds, a bridge between humanity and the stars, destroyed either by its own misuse of alien technology or by forces beyond its control. The ocean that covered Mu was reimagined as a veil, one that concealed not only stone ruins, but the remnants of a cosmic partnership erased from history. One of the strongest connections between Mu and extraterrestrial theories came through the work of authors like Erich von Däniken in the late 1960s. In his best-selling Chariots of the Gods, von Däniken argued that ancient structures and myths around the world pointed to direct contact with advanced beings from other planets. While his book focused largely on places like Egypt and South America, many readers and later theorists extended the logic to Mu. If extraterrestrials had guided the building of the pyramids, why not the temples and monuments of a vanished Pacific continent? The leap was irresistible. This marriage of Mu and alien speculation created fertile ground for new interpretations. Some writers claimed that the survivors of Mu had fled not only to other lands, but to the stars themselves, taking their knowledge with them. Others suggested that the beings who came to Earth had established Mu as their colony, a laboratory for early humanity. When the experiment failed, or when catastrophe struck, they withdrew, leaving only myths behind. These ideas blurred the line between archaeology, science fiction, and spirituality, but to a generation fascinated by space exploration, they resonated with startling force. Even more provocative were claims that Mu was not destroyed at all, but that its people retreated underground or under the sea, continuing to exist in hidden bases or in dimensions beyond human perception. UFO sightings, in this interpretation, were not visitors from another planet, but the re-emergence of Mu's technology. Every strange light in the sky became, in the minds of some, a reminder that the legacy of Mu had not vanished. It had simply gone silent, waiting for the right moment to return. This cosmic reinterpretation of Mu also found its way into esoteric teachings. New Age movements of the 1970s and 1980s absorbed the alien connection, presenting Mu not only as humanity's birthplace, but as a spiritual training ground overseen by beings of higher intelligence. In channeled messages and visionary accounts, people claimed to receive guidance from Mu masters, ascended beings who had once lived on the lost continent and now resided on higher planes. These narratives tied Mu into a cosmic drama of human evolution, suggesting that the secrets of our future were hidden in the memory of our most ancient past. Skeptics, of course, dismissed all of this as wild fantasy. They pointed out that no physical evidence of Mu had ever been found, let alone proof of alien contact. To the academic world, the blending of lost continents and extraterrestrials was little more than pseudoscience. But to believers, the very absence of evidence was suspicious. Was it possible that governments or institutions were actively hiding discoveries that would expose humanity's true history? The Cold War only intensified this suspicion, as secrecy, cover-ups, and conspiracies became part of the public psyche. If officials could conceal nuclear programs and spy satellites, why not the ruins of a continent, or the existence of alien contact? The idea of Mu as an extraterrestrial civilization carried with it both fear and hope. Fear, because it suggested that humanity's past was not entirely our own, that we had been shaped by forces we did not understand. Hope, because it implied that we were not alone, that our forgotten ancestors had walked with beings who held the keys to the universe. And if Mu had been destroyed, it was a warning, a reminder that even advanced civilizations could fall, their knowledge lost in an instant. By the late 20th century, the fusion of Mu and extraterrestrial theories had become a cultural phenomenon. Documentaries, paperbacks, and even films hinted at lost continents filled with alien secrets. The mystery of Mu was no longer confined to the ocean floor. It had expanded into the cosmos. For believers, the Pacific was not just a graveyard of stone. It was a portal to a much larger story, one that connected Earth to the stars. In this way, the myth of Mu adapted once again to the anxieties and dreams of its era. Where once it had served as a parable of flood and ruin, then as a spiritual homeland, it now stood as humanity's forgotten link to the universe. Whether fact, fiction, or something in between, the story of Mu had proven itself remarkably resilient, capable of shifting form to match the questions each generation was most desperate to answer. And with each shift, it only grew more compelling. For if Mu had truly been erased from history, then perhaps its absence was not an accident at all. Perhaps it was a silence imposed for reasons more cosmic than we dared imagine. Across nearly every culture on Earth, there is a story of a great flood. Sometimes it is a god's punishment, sometimes a natural disaster, and sometimes an act of cosmic renewal. But whatever form it takes, the pattern is hauntingly consistent. A world destroyed by water, civilizations wiped away, and a chosen few surviving to carry knowledge into the next age. For those who believe in the reality of Mu, these myths are not coincidences. They are memories, fragments of a single catastrophe echoed by the descendants of those who lived through it. Consider the Sumerians, whose Epic of Gilgamesh describes a flood so vast it obliterated the world, leaving only Utnapishtim alive to tell the tale. Thousands of years later, the Hebrew Bible would preserve the same motif in the story of Noah and his ark. Half a world away, the Aztecs spoke of the destruction of the fourth sun, when water consumed the earth and only a man and a woman survived. The Maya remembered multiple creations and destructions, one of which involved torrential rains drowning entire generations. In India, the Vedic texts tell of Manu, warned by a divine fish to build a boat before the waters came. Even the Polynesians, scattered across thousands of miles of ocean, share stories of drowned lands and rising seas. In Hawaii, chants recall islands swallowed whole. In Samoa and Tonga, myths describe ancestors fleeing, sinking homelands. And in New Zealand, the Maori tell of great floods unleashed by the gods, reshaping their islands and scattering tribes. Each account is clothed in its own language and symbols, but the theme is unmistakable, a memory of catastrophe carried forward through story, chant, and ritual. Skeptics argue that flood myths are simply inevitable. After all, nearly every society has lived near rivers, coasts, or seas, where flooding is a constant threat. But what makes these myths so striking is not just their ubiquity, it is the scale they describe. These are not stories of local floods, a river overflowing its banks, or a seasonal storm. They are stories of global cataclysm, entire continents lost, and civilizations erased. Too vast to be simple exaggeration, they suggest that ancient people remembered something larger, something beyond ordinary disaster. For proponents of Mu, the explanation is clear. The flood myths are cultural fossils, preserved fragments of a collective trauma. When Mu sank beneath the Pacific, its survivors carried the memory of that destruction with them as they resettled in new lands. In time, those memories were woven into mythology, reshaped by language, religion, and tradition, but never forgotten. What appears to be dozens of separate flood stories may, in truth, be the echoes of one cataclysm. And it is not just oral traditions that raise eyebrows. Geological evidence tells its own story of sudden and dramatic changes at the end of the last ice age. Around 12,000 years ago, global sea levels rose by over 300 feet, swallowing coastlines and flooding vast stretches of land. Archaeologists have documented submerged settlements in places as far apart as the Black Sea, the coasts of India, and the continental shelves of Japan. The Yonaguni Monument, a massive underwater formation off the coast of Okinawa, continues to spark debate. Natural formation or the remains of a sunken city? To those who believe in Mu, such sites are not anomalies. They are the remnants of a world drowned in the very floods remembered by myth. There is also the matter of timing. Many indigenous traditions date their flood stories to a deep past, before the ancestors, before the first kings, before the world was as it is. For cultures without written records, such references are vague. Yet when compared to geological timelines, they align suspiciously well with the period of rapid sea level rise at the end of the Pleistocene. Could it be that these myths are not poetic invention, but oral histories of a global catastrophe passed down for over 10 millennia? Of course, mainstream scholars remain cautious. They argue that while flood myths may preserve distant memories of real events, they cannot be used as literal history. The similarities, they say, arise from archetypal storytelling, water as a symbol of chaos, renewal, and rebirth. And yet, the very act of dismissing these myths as mere symbols risks overlooking the possibility that they encode real experiences. Ancient people did not separate myth from history the way modern society does. For them, story was memory, and memory was survival. When viewed through this lens, the flood myths become something more than cultural curiosities. They become the fingerprints of a disaster that reshaped human history. And if Mu truly existed, then its destruction would have been the most traumatic event humanity had ever faced. It would have left scars not only in the land, but in the mind, and those scars would echo in song, scripture, and myth for thousands of years. The implications are staggering. If the flood myths point to the fall of Mu, then humanity's history is far older and more dramatic than we imagine. The rise of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Indus Valley would not have been beginnings, but rebirths, the rebuilding of civilization after an unspeakable loss. Our earliest cities, temples, and myths would not be the dawn of culture, but the fragments of something far more ancient, carried through the flood by survivors who remembered the world before. This is why the flood myths matter. They are not merely cautionary tales or religious allegories. They are the surviving testimony of a world erased. To ignore them is to ignore the voices of ancestors who tried, in the only way they knew, to ensure that their story was not forgotten. Every chant, every scripture, every whispered legend of a deluge may be a thread leading back to Mu. And if those threads are woven together, they form a tapestry of memory too consistent to be coincidence. But this raises a troubling question. If the world remembers the flood in so many voices, why has the story of Mu itself been silenced? Why has the name of this lost continent been erased, while only the shadows of its destruction remain? To answer that, we must look deeper, not only into geology and myth, but into the forces that decide what is preserved as history and what is discarded as superstition. The flood myths tell us that something happened. The silence around Mu tells us that someone wanted us to forget what it was. If myths and oral traditions keep the memory of Mu alive in story, then the stones of the Pacific may hold its memory in silence. Across remote islands, far from the supposed centers of civilization, stand ruins so enigmatic, so impossibly constructed, that they defy conventional explanations. They are megaliths, massive stones quarried, transported, and arranged with a precision that seems beyond the capacity of the societies we're told built them. And yet, they are there, weathered by centuries, whispering of an origin older than official history allows. The most famous of these mysteries is Nan Madol, sometimes called the Venice of the Pacific. Located on the Micronesian island of Pohnpei, Nan Madol is a city built atop a series of artificial islets, connected by canals, and constructed from gigantic basalt columns stacked like logs. Some of the stones weigh as much as 50 tons, yet there is no evidence of wheels, draft animals, or metal tools. According to local tradition, the city was built by two brothers who commanded the stones through magical chants, levitating them into place. Archaeologists date the site to around 900 CE, but even by that measure, the logistics of its construction remain a riddle. To believers in Mu, Nan Madol is not a medieval city at all. It is a remnant of a lost age, its origins far older, its techniques inherited from survivors of a forgotten world. Further south, in Tonga, stand the Humunga a Maui, an enormous trilithon made of three massive coral limestone slabs, resembling a Pacific version of Stonehenge. Each slab weighs several tons, and the arch is believed to have been constructed around the 13th century. The official explanation is that it served as a gateway or royal marker, yet the choice of design and the precision of the placement invite deeper questions. Was it a mere monument, or a symbolic echo of something more ancient, a memory of Mu's sacred architecture recreated in a distant age? And then there are the moai of Easter Island, those towering statues carved from volcanic rock, gazing outward across the ocean as if in eternal vigilance. For decades, researchers believed the statues were simply oversized heads. Excavations revealed that many are full-bodied figures, buried up to their shoulders in centuries of accumulated soil. Some weigh over 80 tons, yet were transported miles from quarries without the use of wheels or beasts of burden. Polynesian oral traditions describe the statues walking to their places with the aid of mana, a spiritual force. To mainstream archaeologists, this is metaphor. To those who suspect Mu's legacy, it may be a dim memory of lost technologies, an echo of how stone once moved as if alive. The Pacific is littered with such enigmas. In Yap, giant stone discs called rai, some over 12 feet in diameter, were quarried and transported across open ocean from islands hundreds of miles away. In the Marquesas, terraces of megalithic stonework stretch across valleys with a precision reminiscent of Andean constructions. In Hawaii, the massive Heiau temples rise from the landscape as silent monuments, their origins wrapped in legends of gods and giants. Taken individually, these sites might be dismissed as local curiosities. But when seen together, they suggest a shared memory, an architectural fingerprint scattered across the Pacific Basin. Skeptics insist there is no mystery. They argue that human ingenuity, persistence, and trial and error are enough to explain these feats. After all, ancient Egyptians moved massive stones for pyramids. Why should Pacific Islanders be any less capable? But the counterargument lies in context. Many of these island societies, at the time of European contact, lived in relatively simple social structures with limited tools. How, then, had their ancestors achieved feats requiring advanced engineering, precise astronomical alignments, and the movement of stones rivaling those of the Old World? Had knowledge been lost? Or had it been borrowed from survivors of a civilization already drowned beneath the sea? Geologists complicate the story further. Some of the basalt columns of Nan Madol appear to have been quarried from sources many miles away, across dense jungle and steep terrain. Moving them would have required a workforce and logistical planning on a scale difficult to reconcile with the population size of Pohnpei. The same puzzle arises on Easter Island, where limited resources make the transport of dozens of multi-ton statues a feat bordering on the impossible. The orthodox explanation is that islanders used ropes, levers, and sheer manpower. Yet even experimental archaeologists attempting to recreate these methods admit the difficulty. Could it be that the techniques used were inherited knowledge, preserved from a time when Mu still stood? Legends often hint at this possibility. On Pohnpei, elders spoke of an ancient race of builders who arrived from the sea, possessing the power to move stones as if they were weightless. In Tonga, the Hamunga a Maui is linked to the demigod Maui, a culture hero who, in myths across Polynesia, lifts islands from the sea and bends the laws of nature. On Easter Island, the first settlers were said to have come from a great land to the west, sunken long ago beneath the waves. These are not the tales of primitive societies inventing explanations for ruins they did not understand. They are testimonies, however mythologized, of memory. Fragments of Mu carried in the songs and stories of its scattered descendants. Even linguistic studies raise tantalizing hints. Some researchers have pointed to shared root words across Polynesian languages that suggest migration from a central origin, and mother culture from which voyagers spread in all directions. If such a culture existed, it may well have been the survivors of Mu, carrying with them not only language but the architectural traditions that later manifested in megalithic stonework across the Pacific. Mainstream archaeology holds back, unwilling to make leaps without physical evidence. The ruins, they say, are impressive but not impossible. Yet the question lingers: why does so much of the Pacific, a vast region covering 1/3 of the Earth's surface, carry the same fingerprint of stone? Why do oral traditions across thousands of miles speak of drowned homelands and ancestral lands lost to the sea? If Mu is only a myth, why do its echoes remain carved into coral, basalt, and volcanic rock? Perhaps the ruins are not proof in themselves, but clues, pieces of a puzzle pointing toward a lost chapter in human history. Taken together with myths, maps, and geological evidence, they form a constellation of hints too consistent to ignore. Nan Madol's basalt columns, Easter Island statues, Tonga's trilithon, Yap stone discs, these are not random oddities. They are whispers in stone, fragments of a forgotten continent that refuse to be silenced. And if we follow these whispers further, we are led to even greater mysteries. Some lie beneath the sea, in places where sonar scans reveal structures long hidden by rising waters. Others remain in plain sight, their secrets veiled not by nature, but by academic dogma. The stones tell us Mu was real. The question now becomes, what else did its people leave behind? Few lost civilizations have captured the human imagination as powerfully as Atlantis. From the moment Plato described it in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, Atlantis has stood as the archetype of a forgotten golden age, a mighty continent swallowed by the sea. But while Atlantis dominates Western thought, another story, less known, yet just as haunting, emerges from the Pacific. Mu, where Atlantis occupies the Atlantic Ocean, Mu, is said to lie beneath the waves of the Pacific. Two myths, two oceans, two lost continents. Are they rivals in legend, or are they fragments of the same forgotten truth? Plato claimed that Atlantis was a technologically advanced civilization that waged war against Athens and was ultimately destroyed in a single day and night of misfortune. Scholars have debated the meaning of his account for centuries. Was it allegory? Political philosophy disguised as myth? Or was Plato preserving a dim memory of an actual cataclysm? For believers in Mu, the parallels are impossible to ignore. Both stories describe a powerful civilization, advanced beyond its time, wiped from existence by a sudden cataclysm, and erased from mainstream history. The similarities beg the question: could Atlantis and Mu be two cultural echoes of one lost world? On the surface, geography seems to separate them. Atlantis is placed beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which most interpret as the Strait of Gibraltar, placing it in the Atlantic Ocean. Mu, on the other hand, is consistently described as lying in the Pacific, a continent stretching thousands of miles. But myths are rarely precise with geography, and ancient translations can warp across cultures. It is possible that Plato's source, an Egyptian priest recounting stories passed down from a much older tradition, was describing a catastrophe remembered in many ways across the globe. What if Atlantis and Mu are not two different continents, but two perspectives on the same cataclysm, remembered differently in the East and West? James Churchward himself, the British colonel who popularized the concept of Mu, entertained this possibility. He argued that Atlantis was not an entirely separate land, but a colony or later remnant of Mu's survivors. In his vision, Mu was the motherland, the cradle of human civilization, while Atlantis was a daughter culture, rising in the Atlantic only after Mu's destruction. According to this theory, the memory of Mu faded in the West, replaced by the legend of Atlantis, while in the Pacific the memory lingered under different names: Hiva in Polynesia, Lemuria in esoteric traditions, or simply the sunken homeland of ancestral myths. Other researchers propose the opposite, that Atlantis and Mu were distinct but connected, two advanced civilizations existing simultaneously, their fate sealed by the same global catastrophe at the end of the Ice Age. Evidence for this interpretation lies in flood myths that seem to originate from both sides of the world. While the Greeks and Egyptians remembered Atlantis, the Polynesians and Native Americans remembered Mu. Could the two stories be describing different parts of the same world-shaking event, the rise of sea levels, the collapse of coastlines, and the submergence of great cultures? There are intriguing overlaps in the details. Atlantis, according to Plato, was a land rich in agriculture, possessing advanced navigation and monumental architecture. Mu, according to Churchward and Pacific traditions, was a vast continent whose people built megaliths, navigated open oceans, and seeded civilizations across the globe. Both are remembered as great powers, both are said to have fallen suddenly, and both are dismissed by mainstream academia as mere fable. The very fact that two continents, separated by an entire hemisphere, share such strikingly similar narratives is, for many, evidence that something real lies behind the stories. Yet Atlantis enjoys a legitimacy that Mu does not. Why? Partly because Plato is considered a respectable source, one of the greatest philosophers in history, whereas Mu's primary champion, Churchward, was a mystic writing in the early 20th century, a period when archaeology was less rigorous. Atlantis became an intellectual puzzle for scholars. Mu became a curiosity for fringe researchers. And yet, one cannot help but ask, why would an ancient philosopher preserve a tale of a vanished continent unless it reflected some truth? And if Atlantis has even the faintest chance of being real, why should Mu not be considered with the same seriousness? Some esoteric traditions go further, suggesting that Atlantis and Mu were not merely civilizations, but stages in the spiritual evolution of humanity. In theosophical writings, for example, Mu, often equated with Lemuria, was the land of an earlier root race, a more primal humanity, while Atlantis was the home of a later, more advanced stage. These writings describe cycles of creation and destruction, where civilizations rise, fall, and pass knowledge on to their successors. Whether taken literally or symbolically, the parallels suggest that both Mu and Atlantis belong to a larger story, the forgotten history of humanity itself. But perhaps the most compelling argument for their connection lies not in myth, but in the physical record of Earth's past. Geological studies confirm that between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago, sea levels rose dramatically, swallowing coastlines worldwide. Vast areas of land vanished beneath the ocean, from the Sunda Shelf in Southeast Asia to Doggerland in Northern Europe. This was no local flood, it was global. If great civilizations had existed on those coasts, their ruins now lie beneath the waves, unseen, unexcavated, but not impossible. Is it so hard to imagine that both Atlantis and Mu were casualties of the same catastrophe, remembered differently by survivors who scattered to new homes? The competing myths of Mu and Atlantis may, in fact, not be competing at all. They may be complementary, the Pacific remembering Mu, the Atlantic remembering Atlantis, and both together preserving fragments of a forgotten golden age. The human mind tends to divide stories into categories. One must be true, the other false. But perhaps in this case, both are true, each representing a part of the same vast puzzle. When the flood came, when the seas rose and swallowed coastlines, humanity remembered. And those memories crystallized into the stories we now call myths. The danger lies not in the myths themselves, but in our refusal to take them seriously. By dismissing them as allegory, we blind ourselves to the possibility that human history is far older and more complex than we allow. If Mu and Atlantis were real, They would append everything we think we know about the origins of civilization. They would prove that humanity once possessed advanced knowledge, only to lose it in cataclysm, forcing us to rebuild from the ashes. That prospect is uncomfortable, but it is also profoundly liberating, because it suggests we are not at the pinnacle of human achievement. We are the survivors of something much greater, heirs to a forgotten world. Perhaps the names Mu and Atlantis are less important than what they represent: the memory of lost continents, erased from textbooks, but not from the human soul. Whether they were two lands or one, whether they stood in the Atlantic, the Pacific, or both, their story is the same. A warning, a reminder, and perhaps an invitation to look again at our past with new eyes. If mainstream history has erased Mu from its pages, then why does its name still echo in certain circles? The answer lies not in universities or textbooks, but in the shadowy worlds of esoteric traditions, occult societies, and mystical orders. For centuries, groups outside the boundaries of conventional science have whispered about a lost motherland, a continent where humanity's story began. They preserved fragments of lore, rituals, and symbols that point back to Mu, even as the academic establishment declared it fiction. Long before James Churchward made Mu a household word in the early 20th century, secret societies were already invoking the idea of a sunken homeland. In the Theosophical movement of the late 1800s, Helena Blavatsky wrote extensively about Lemuria, a vast landmass in the Pacific and Indian Oceans said to have harbored an early human root race. In her seminal work The Secret Doctrine, she describes cycles of creation and destruction, with civilizations rising and falling long before the known history of Egypt, Sumer, or Greece. While Blavatsky called it Lemuria, many of her descriptions mirror what later writers would identify as Mu, a place of great spiritual knowledge, destroyed by cataclysm, whose survivors seeded later civilizations. To Blavatsky and her followers, Lemuria, and by extension Mu, was not just a physical place. It was also a spiritual stage in humanity's evolution. Theosophy taught that each root race possessed unique qualities, some more material, others more spiritual. The Lemurians, she claimed, were giants, closer to the earth, attuned to energies modern science ignores. Their fall was both literal, in the sense of a geological catastrophe, and symbolic, representing humanity's descent into materiality. Whether one accepts this cosmology or not, the important point is this: esoteric traditions treated Mu not as legend, but as hidden truth, part of a sacred history preserved for initiates. Churchward himself was influenced by these currents, though he framed Mu in more practical, almost archaeological terms. Yet his writings found eager audiences in mystical groups that already believed in lost continents. The Rosicrucians, for example, often spoke of ancient wisdom schools that predated Egypt, their origins traced back to sunken lands. Some Masonic traditions hint at similar legacies, encoding symbols of destruction and rebirth, light emerging from darkness, perhaps echoes of cataclysm and survival. Occult societies thrived on this lore because it offered something conventional religion and science did not: a secret lineage, a sense that their initiates were guardians of forbidden knowledge. If Mu was real, then its priests and sages were the original keepers of the mysteries. To join a society that claimed descent from them was to reclaim a lost heritage. This was intoxicating to seekers who longed for more than the sterile chronologies of academia. Theosophy was not alone. Later esoteric writers, like Rudolf Steiner, spoke of Atlantis and Lemuria as spiritual realities, past epochs in which humanity possessed faculties since lost. Steiner described ancient clairvoyance, a direct perception of spiritual truths, which faded as the material intellect took over. For him, the sunken continents were both historical and allegorical, stages in humanity's journey. Mu, in this context, becomes not merely a drowned land but a symbol of forgotten abilities buried within the human psyche. The 20th century brought new waves of groups claiming knowledge of Mu. Occult orders, mystical fraternities, and even UFO contactees folded Mu into their cosmologies. Some claimed Mu was not destroyed but transformed, its people ascending into another dimension, still guiding humanity invisibly. Others insisted survivors carried their wisdom into Asia and the Americas, becoming the hidden masters of Shambhala, the Mayan sages, or the teachers of ancient India. In every case, Mu became shorthand for a forbidden origin, a key to mysteries deliberately concealed from the masses. Why would such groups cling to Mu when academia rejected it? Because myth thrives where mystery exists. To esotericists, the very fact that science dismisses Mu makes it more potent, more hidden, more sacred. In their view, mainstream historians are the gatekeepers of forgetfulness, while initiates preserve the truth. Mu thus becomes a battlefield between two worldviews, one that insists human history began only a few thousand years ago with agriculture and writing, and another that insists humanity is far older, its true story buried by time and secrecy. Symbols reinforce this idea. In esoteric art, the image of a sunken city, of ruins beneath the sea, recurs again and again. It represents not only the destruction of a continent, but the descent of truth itself, wisdom submerged, hidden, waiting to be recovered. The initiate is the diver, descending into the depths to retrieve the pearl of forgotten knowledge. Mu, in this sense, is both place and metaphor, the drowned origin of humanity and the suppressed origin of wisdom. Some might argue that these societies fabricated Mu to lend themselves an air of mystery. But even if that were true, the persistence of the idea is remarkable. From Theosophy to New Age spirituality, from Rosicrucians to UFO cults, the name Mu, or its variants, continues to surface. Why invent a continent when countless other symbols could serve the same purpose? Perhaps because, at some level, even myth contains memory. Perhaps because, across centuries, something about Mu refuses to die. Skeptics dismiss esoteric traditions as fantasy, no different from fairy tales. But one must remember that before the deciphering of cuneiform or hieroglyphics, the ancient world itself was dismissed as legend. Troy was once thought to be a myth until Heinrich Schliemann unearthed its ruins. What if Mu, preserved not in stone tablets but in secret teachings, is waiting for its own Schliemann, someone bold enough to take the myths seriously and seek the truth beneath them? For now, Mu remains caught between two realities, erased from official history, yet immortal in esoteric lore. The very societies branded secret by the mainstream continue to guard its memory, weaving it into rituals, teachings, and hidden lineages. Whether these groups truly preserve ancient knowledge or have simply reinvented the myth for their own purposes, one fact remains: Mu has never been entirely forgotten. It lives on in the shadows, in whispered teachings, in the libraries of mystics and occultists who believe they are heirs to a forbidden past. And if these groups are correct, if fragments of Mu's wisdom survived in their care, then we must ask a more daring question. What knowledge did they inherit? What secrets of science, spirit, and survival lie encoded in their symbols and teachings? Could the lost continent of Mu still shape our world, not through ruins of stone, but through ideas, hidden in plain sight? If the legends of Mu describe a continent swallowed by the sea, then the natural question arises, how could such a catastrophe happen? For skeptics, the very idea of a continent vanishing is impossible. For believers, however, the answer lies in catastrophic Earth changes, events so sudden, so violent, that they rewrote the surface of the planet itself. Could Mu have been a victim not of slow erosion or gradual sea level rise, but of a geologic upheaval that reshaped the world in a single stroke? Science acknowledges that Earth is not a stable place. Beneath our feet, vast tectonic plates shift, grind, and collide. Over millions of years, continents drift, oceans open and close, and mountains rise from the sea. But mainstream geology emphasizes gradualism, the idea that change is slow and steady. Continents don't disappear overnight, we are told. Yet history offers reminders that sometimes, catastrophe comes without warning. Think of Krakatoa in 1883, when an island exploded with such force it darkened skies across the globe. Or the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, triggered by a sudden shift in the seafloor, killing over 200,000 people in a single day. If small regions can be erased in moments, is it truly impossible for an entire continent, or at least a massive landmass, to vanish under extraordinary circumstances? One theory often invoked by Mu researchers is that of crustal displacement, sometimes called earth crust shifts. Popularized in the mid-20th century by Charles Hapgood, this theory suggested that the Earth's outer shell could suddenly slip over the molten interior, displacing continents thousands of miles almost instantaneously. Albert Einstein himself reviewed Hapgood's work and called it a fascinating, though not fully proven, idea. If such a shift occurred, coastlines could sink, mountains could rise, and vast areas could be submerged beneath the sea in geologic moments rather than eons. Could Mu have been swallowed in one such displacement, remembered by ancient peoples as a global flood? Other scientists point to the end of the last ice age as a period of dramatic upheaval. Around 12,000 years ago, glacier melted rapidly, pouring trillions of gallons of water into the oceans. Sea levels rose over 300 feet, drowning coastlines worldwide. Entire land bridges, like Doggerland in Europe and the Sunda Shelf in Southeast Asia, vanished beneath the waves. For mainstream archaeologists, This explains many flood myths. But for believers in Mu, it is only part of the story. They argue that Mu was not merely a low-lying coastal plain swallowed by rising seas, but a continent ripped apart by tectonic instability, earthquakes, and volcanic fire. The Pacific itself offers tantalizing hints. The Ring of Fire, circling the ocean basin, is the most volcanically and seismically active zone on Earth. Subduction zones, fault lines, and volcanic chains crisscross the region. Legends of Mu place it squarely within this unstable realm. Could Mu have been a microcontinent or large landmass situated on fragile crust, torn apart and consumed by the shifting of plates? Geologists recognize that so-called lost continents do exist. Fragments of continental crust such as Zealandia, near New Zealand, or Mauritius, in the Indian Ocean, once part of larger landmasses now mostly submerged. If Zealandia can exist, why not Mu? Critics argue that even catastrophic geology cannot explain the sudden disappearance of an entire continent without leaving obvious traces. But traces may exist. Sonar surveys of the Pacific floor have revealed vast plateaus, submerged ridges, and curious formations that do not fit neatly into current models. Some researchers point to the Shatsky Rise, the Ontong Java Plateau, or the submerged structures near Yonaguni, Japan, as possible remnants of a larger landmass. While mainstream science attributes these features to volcanic activity, alternative researchers see them as the shattered bones of Mu, evidence of a continent broken and drowned. The possibility of impact events adds another layer. Around 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas period began, a sudden cooling linked by some scientists to a comet or asteroid impact. If such an object struck the Earth's oceans, it could have triggered massive tsunamis, destabilized crustal plates, and accelerated ice melt. Could such an event have been the trigger that doomed Mu? Survivors of such a calamity would have remembered it as divine punishment, a flood from the heavens, passed down in myth and scripture for millennia. Skeptics counter that while cataclysmic events happen, there is no hard evidence of a continent-sized landmass vanishing in recent geological time. They argue that Mu is a fantasy, born of misinterpretation and wishful thinking. But here lies the paradox. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Much of the Pacific floor remains unexplored, hidden beneath miles of water. Less of the ocean has been mapped in detail than the surface of Mars. How can we be certain that no trace of Mu exists, when we have not even examined the ground it supposedly stood upon? Even within mainstream science, the debate between gradualism and catastrophism has never fully ended. In the 19th century, catastrophism was common, with scholars invoking sudden upheavals to explain geologic features. Only later did uniformitarianism, the slow and steady model, become dominant. Yet modern discoveries, such as evidence of asteroid impacts and sudden climate shifts, have forced a re-evaluation. The truth may lie somewhere between. Earth changes slowly most of the time, but punctuates its history with sudden, devastating events. If so, then Mu could fit within the pattern, a lost land remembered in myth because its destruction was anything but ordinary. The very persistence of flood myths worldwide suggests that something catastrophic happened at the dawn of civilization. Geological data confirms global flooding and sudden sea level rise. Archaeological mysteries across the Pacific hint at advanced cultures vanishing without explanation. When these threads are woven together, the idea of Mu ceases to seem impossible. It becomes, instead, a hypothesis demanding further investigation. 4. Now, official science remains cautious. Catastrophes of the scale needed to erase Mu are considered improbable. But history teaches us that the improbable is not the impossible. 50 years ago, few would have believed that giant meteor impacts reshaped Earth's history. Today, it is accepted fact. Perhaps, in time, the destruction of Mu will move from myth to history, as our understanding of Earth's violent past continues to evolve. Until then, Mu remains in the liminal space between science and legend, a drowned world, denied by textbooks but kept alive by memory, myth, and mystery. Whether lost to crustal shifts, rising seas, or celestial impact, the possibility remains that beneath the waves of the Pacific lies the grave of a civilization erased in a single cataclysm, its story reduced to fragments and whispers. If Mu was real, and if it truly sank into the Pacific, then the question becomes, where are its fingerprints? Where do we see traces of a culture so advanced that its memory echoed across the globe? Strangely, many of the most puzzling archaeological anomalies are not found in the Pacific itself, but in the Americas. From massive stone constructions to unexplained cultural similarities, the New World seems to hold clues that point back to a forgotten homeland. Could the ruins of Mexico, Central America, and South America carry the faint imprint of Mu's lost children? Consider first the massive pyramids of Mesoamerica. In the jungles of Mexico and Guatemala stand structures that rival Egypt in both scale and sophistication. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, the temples of the Maya, and the massive stepped pyramids of the Olmec all raise the same question. How did these civilizations, with no apparent contact with Egypt or Mesopotamia, arrive at such similar architectural forms? Mainstream archaeology attributes this to parallel invention, a case of cultures independently developing pyramids for religious or astronomical reasons. But believers in Mu suggest something more radical, that these designs were not parallel inventions at all, but memories, cultural templates carried by survivors of a sunken homeland. The Olmec civilization, in particular, adds fuel to this debate. Emerging mysteriously around 1500 BCE, the Olmecs displayed sudden advancements. Colossal stone heads weighing tons, sophisticated art, and complex religious symbolism. Their origins are unknown. No one can say for certain where they came from or how they rose to such prominence seemingly overnight. Alternative researchers have long suggested that the Olmecs were descendants of a much older, more advanced culture, possibly the remnants of Mu, resettling on the coasts of Mexico after fleeing a drowning homeland. Moving southward, the enigmas only multiply. In Peru, the ancient city of Tiwanaku sits near Lake Titicaca, at an elevation of over 12,000 feet. Its megalithic blocks, some weighing hundreds of tons, are cut with a precision that defies the tools of its supposed builders. The famous Gateway of the Sun, with its intricate carvings and calendar-like designs, hints at astronomical knowledge far beyond what orthodox history credits to pre-Columbian peoples. How did such a city emerge at such an altitude, with such sophisticated stonework? One theory is that the builders of Tiwanaku inherited techniques from a far older civilization, possibly the migrants of Mu who carried their secrets into the Andes. The Nazca lines of Peru deepen the mystery. These massive geoglyphs, etched into the desert floor, depict animals, humans, and geometric shapes only visible from the sky. Why would a people with no known flight technology create such colossal designs? While mainstream explanations cite religious rituals or astronomical alignments, alternative thinkers suggest that the Nazca culture may have preserved knowledge from a seafaring or sky-gazing people, perhaps descended from Mu. Could the lines have been created as markers, a way to communicate with the gods, or to memorialize a homeland lost beneath the waves? Archaeological anomalies also extend into North America. In the American Southwest, the Pueblo and ancestral Hopi myths describe a series of world ages, each destroyed by catastrophe, with survivors emerging to rebuild. These myths bear a striking resemblance to the tales of global floods and lost lands recorded elsewhere. Even more intriguing are the mound builder cultures of the Mississippi Valley, whose earthworks and geometric alignments have baffled researchers for centuries. Could these, too, be faint echoes of a much older tradition inherited from displaced peoples? Perhaps the most tantalizing clue is cultural similarity. Across the Pacific and the Americas, we find recurring symbols: the feathered serpent deity known as Quetzalcoatl to the Aztecs, Kukulkan to the Maya, and Viracocha to the Inca. These deities are described as bringers of knowledge, civilizers who arrived from across the sea, often depicted as tall, bearded figures unlike the local populations. Where did these myths come from? Could they preserve a memory of Mu survivors, spreading across the Americas and being deified by the people they encountered? Skeptics argue that such similarities are coincidences, the result of human creativity converging on the same solutions. They dismiss claims of cross-Pacific contact before Columbus, pointing out the lack of conclusive evidence for large-scale voyages. But counter-arguments are growing. Sweet potatoes, a crop native to South America, were found in Polynesia before European contact, suggesting ancient trade across the Pacific. DNA studies hint at prehistoric contact between South Americans and Polynesians. If small migrations happened, why not larger ones in deep antiquity? Then there are the legends themselves. The Maya spoke of a lost land to the east called Aztlan, said to be the ancestral homeland of their people. The Hopi told of Tokpela, previous worlds destroyed by fire and flood. The Inca revered Viracocha, who came from the Pacific Ocean bringing wisdom. Each of these traditions can be read as myth, but when placed side by side, they begin to resemble fragments of a shared story. A great land lost, survivors scattering, civilizations rebuilt on foreign shores. Mainstream archaeology resists this interpretation, preferring local origins for each culture. But the anomalies remain. Why did pyramid building erupt suddenly across Mesoamerica? How did cultures separated by thousands of miles preserve similar flood myths? Why do so many New World legends describe teachers from across the sea? For proponents of Mu, these are not coincidences but evidence. The Americas, they argue, were one of the great refuges of Mu survivors. And so, in the Americas, we find perhaps the strongest case for Mu's lingering legacy. The ruins, the myths, the unexplained advancements, all could be the faint afterglow of a sunken continent's brilliance. While textbooks may deny Mu, the stones and stories of the New World whisper another tale, one of memory, migration, and a civilization erased yet not forgotten. For if the Americas bear Mu's fingerprints, then its story is not confined to legend. It is written into the very foundations of cultures that flourished long before Columbus ever set sail. If the Americas hold echoes of Mu in stone and story, then the scattered islands of the Pacific may hold the most direct memory of all. Stretching across thousands of miles of ocean, the island nations of Polynesia, Micronesia, and Melanesia are not merely specks of land. They are living libraries of oral tradition. Here, in chants, genealogies, and creation myths passed down through countless generations, are whispers of a world that once existed where today there is only sea. Could these island legends preserve the last cultural traces of a continent that textbooks insist never was? The Polynesians speak of a homeland called Hawaii, a place across the waters from which their ancestors once set sail. Some traditions describe Hawaii as an earthly island, others as a mystical land of the ancestors, but all agree. It was lost or left behind. The similarities to the stories of Atlantis or Mu are striking. A paradise, once real, now unreachable. Could Hawaii have been a fragment of memory, an ancestral echo of Mu, preserved by seafaring peoples who carried their history across the Pacific? In Hawaii, legends tell of Kanehunamoku, the hidden land of the gods, a floating paradise said to have vanished beneath the waves. The people of Samoa speak of a drowned homeland called Pulotu, a mystical land to the west. The Maori of New Zealand recall that their ancestors came from great lands beyond the horizon, lands that disappeared long ago. Again and again, the same pattern emerges, a place of origins, swallowed by water, remembered only in myth. One of the most compelling examples lies in Easter Island, or Rapa Nui. Famous for its enigmatic moai statues, Easter Island is often considered one of the most isolated places on Earth. And yet its culture preserves myths of a great cataclysm. The islanders speak of Hiva, an ancestral homeland said to have sunk into the sea, forcing their forebears to migrate eastward. They remember that their ancestors came from a great land, guided by powerful leaders and knowledge of the stars. For those who study Mu, the parallels are irresistible. Was Hiva another name for Mu, preserved in the traditions of a people marooned on one of the last outposts of a once great civilization? Even the very navigation skills of Polynesia suggest a deeper heritage. The Polynesians were master navigators, able to traverse thousands of miles using only the stars, the swells of the ocean, and the flight of birds. Modern scholars are still astonished by their abilities, wondering how such a small population spread across such vast distances with such precision. But perhaps their skills were not invented in isolation. Perhaps they were the remnants of a much older maritime tradition, one born on the shores of Mu and passed down through countless generations of sailors who remembered, dimly, the sea routes of a lost world. Legends in Micronesia add another layer of intrigue. The islanders of Nan Madol, in present-day Pohnpei, tell of a city built by gods or giants who came from beyond the sea. Nan Madol itself, with its megalithic stone structures rising out of the water, seems almost otherworldly. Scholars remain baffled by how the basalt columns, some weighing multiple tons, were transported and placed with such precision. The local traditions insist that the city was linked to a larger land, now drowned. For some researchers, this is direct evidence of a Mu colony or outpost, constructed before the cataclysm that erased the motherland. Moving westward, in the islands of Melanesia, we encounter tales of ancestral beings who rose from the sea and taught the people how to build, plant, and navigate. Again, the theme is familiar: knowledge delivered from the ocean, from a place that no longer exists. In the Solomon Islands, elders speak of vanished lands to the east. In Fiji, stories tell of a time when much larger lands stretched across the horizon, lands that are no more. These accounts, when compared across the Pacific, form a mosaic of memory, different languages, different cultures, yet the same refrain: once there was more land, and it was lost. Mainstream scholars dismiss these parallels as coincidence or metaphor. They argue that oral traditions often exaggerate, transform, or mythologize natural events. Floods, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions could easily have inspired tales of drowned lands, which over generations grew into myths of vanished continents. And yet the consistency is difficult to ignore. Why do cultures separated by thousands of miles, with no written contact, preserve such similar stories of lost homelands swallowed by the sea? Moreover, the Pacific is a region defined by geologic volatility. Volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis are part of its living history. Entire islands have risen from the sea only to collapse back beneath the waves within human memory. In Tonga, Nuufu erupted violently in the 20th century, forcing evacuations. In the Solomon Islands, earthquakes have caused land to rise and sink dramatically in just hours. If these events can happen on a small scale, is it so unthinkable that in the deep past, something larger, something continental in scale, could have been lost? For the believers, the legends of the Pacific are more than mere stories. They are fragments of truth, encoded in song and myth, preserving the memory of Mu's final days. Survivors would have carried their knowledge to higher ground, to islands that remained, teaching their children to remember the land that had been lost. Over centuries, those memories became myths, but their core message endured. Once there was a homeland, a paradise, a motherland, and it was taken by the sea. And perhaps that is why these stories still resonate. They are not tales of abstract gods or faraway heavens, but of tangible loss, of land, of home, of origin. They are, in essence, stories of displacement, trauma, and survival. If Mu was real, the Pacific Islanders may be its last storytellers, preserving in their chants and genealogies the memory of a world their ancestors watched sink beneath the horizon. So when we hear the Polynesians sing of Hawaii, or the Rapa Nui whisper of Hiva, or the Samoans recall Pulotu, we're not just listening to mythology. We may be listening to the last living echoes of Mu, a continent erased from maps but not from memory, still alive in the voices of those who carry its legacy across the waves. Few mysteries stir the imagination quite like the underwater ruins of Yonaguni, off the coast of Japan. Discovered in 1986 by a local diver exploring the seabed, the Yonaguni monument immediately ignited debate. At first glance, it appears to be a massive step structure, with flat platforms, sharp angles, and towering walls rising from the ocean floor. To the naked eye, it resembles a pyramid or temple complex, something built, not formed. But what if this sunken monument is more than just an anomaly? What if it is a remnant of Mu itself, a fragment of the lost continent frozen in stone beneath the Pacific waves? The monument lies roughly 80 feet underwater, in an area battered by strong currents. Its dimensions are staggering. The main pyramid is over 165 feet long and 65 feet high, with terraces, steps, and broad platforms that seem too geometric to be natural. Divers have noted features resembling roads, retaining walls, and even what appears to be a stadium-like amphitheater. Photographs and video footage reveal a place that looks eerily familiar, like the ruins of an ancient city swallowed by the sea. Mainstream geologists, however, insist that Yonaguni is a natural formation. They argue that the island's sandstone fractures naturally along straight lines, producing sharp edges and step-like terraces. Earthquakes and ocean currents, they claim, could easily carve such shapes over thousands of years. But this explanation does not convince everyone. Some features appear too precise, too intentional, as if shaped by human hands. Proponents of Mu argue that Yonaguni is not merely a quirk of geology, but the remains of a civilization predating written history. One of the strongest pieces of evidence is the scale of the monument. If natural erosion were responsible, why does it resemble organized architecture on such a grand level? The terraces are not random. They align in ways that suggest planning. Flat platforms connect to stair-like structures. Sharp right angles form what look like doorways or passageways. Some divers even claim to have found carvings resembling animals or symbols etched into the stone, though skeptics dispute these claims. If true, such markings would all but confirm human involvement. The dating of the monument is another source of contention. If the Yonaguni monument is man-made, then it must have been constructed when the area was above sea level. That would place its construction at least 10,000 years ago, during the last ice age, when sea levels were far lower. This timeline fits perfectly with the proposed era of Mu. Mainstream history, however, maintains that no advanced civilizations existed in Japan, or anywhere, in that distant past. The very possibility threatens the accepted chronology of human development. Yet Yonaguni is not alone. Across the Pacific and around the world, there are reports of other underwater structures. Near Okinawa, divers have discovered more submerged formations, including what appear to be stone roads and platforms. In India's Gulf of Cambay, sonar mapping revealed what looks like an ancient city beneath the sea, with geometric layouts stretching for miles. In the Caribbean, off the coast of Cuba, sonar scans have detected what may be massive stone blocks forming pyramids or streets deep below the ocean surface. Each of these sites sparks the same debate: natural or artificial, geological oddities, or drowned cities that challenge the narrative of human history. If we accept that at least some of these underwater ruins are artificial, then a pattern emerges. Ancient civilizations built along coasts that are now underwater, their cities drowned by rising seas at the end of the Ice Age. And if that is true, then the story of Mu becomes not just myth, but plausible history. A great landmass, rich with culture and technology, could easily have been swallowed by the same rising seas that erased coastal plains worldwide. Yonaguni may be the visible proof, the stone skeleton of a civilization textbooks dare not acknowledge. Skeptics, however, are relentless. They argue that human beings 10,000 years ago were hunter-gatherers, not pyramid builders. They dismiss claims of carvings as wishful thinking, artifacts of light and shadow underwater. To them, Yonaguni is simply a natural wonder, remarkable but not mysterious. Yet even some mainstream scientists admit that the site raises questions. Professor Masaraki Kimura of Yukio University, one of the first to study Yonaguni, has argued that it is indeed man-made, pointing to its geometry and orientation. He even suggests it may be part of a larger complex, complete with roads and structures stretching across the seafloor. His views remain controversial, but they keep the debate alive. What makes Yonaguni so compelling is not just the structure itself, but what it implies. If it is man-made, then human civilization is far older and more advanced than we've been taught. It suggests that people capable of quarrying stone, engineering massive monuments, and navigating the seas existed long before Mesopotamia, Egypt, or Sumer. It forces us to reconsider the timeline of history and opens the door to the possibility of forgotten continents like Mu. The monument also resonates deeply with the legends of the region. Japanese myths speak of lost lands and gods who descended from the heavens to bring knowledge. Okinawan traditions recall ancient peoples and catastrophes that reshaped the islands. Could Yonaguni be the drowned remains of a land remembered in these stories? Could it be the last physical fragment of Mu, preserved in stone and guarded by the sea? Even in its mystery, Yonaguni has become a symbol. For believers, it is a monument to truth denied, a reminder that history, as we know, it is incomplete, censored, or deliberately erased. For skeptics, it is a cautionary tale of seeing what we want to see in random stone. But regardless of interpretation, Yonaguni stands as one of the greatest enigmas of the modern age, a place where myth and science collide. And perhaps that is fitting. If Mu ever existed, its ruins would not stand proudly on land for archaeologists to study. They would be hidden, drowned, blurred by currents and encrusted with coral, forcing us to dive into the deep to glimpse them. They would stand at the boundary of belief and skepticism, just as Yonaguni does today. So when divers descend into the blue waters off Japan and swim through terraces and steps carved into the stone, they are not merely exploring a geological oddity. They are exploring a possibility that beneath the waves, hidden from our textbooks but not from our imagination, lie the remains of a world erased. Perhaps Yonaguni is not just a monument of stone, but a monument to memory, the memory of Mu, waiting patiently beneath the sea for humanity to remember what it lost. If Mu was truly a vast civilization that once thrived in the Pacific, then its people could not have been confined to their own continent. For a culture to spread knowledge, symbols, and architecture across the globe, it must have been capable of one thing above all: seafaring. Could it be that the inhabitants of Mu were master navigators, sailing across oceans long before history acknowledges such feats? And if so, might their ships, routes, and techniques have seeded civilizations on distant shores? For centuries, mainstream history insisted that humanity's greatest voyages began only a few thousand years ago, with the Phoenicians and later the Greeks. The Pacific, they said, was crossed much later, by Polynesians spreading island to island in canoes around 1,500 years ago. Yet growing evidence challenges this neat timeline. The Polynesians themselves carried oral traditions of epic voyages guided by stars, currents, and winds. Their navigation techniques, reconstructed in modern times, have proven so accurate that they could crisscross thousands of miles with precision. If they could do it in relatively recent history, is it so unthinkable that the people of Mu, who lived in a maritime world at the center of the Pacific, could have done the same tens of thousands of years earlier? Consider the astounding similarities between distant cultures. The pyramid form, appearing in Mesoamerica, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Asia, is often explained as coincidence. But if Mu's people were seafarers, they could have carried both the idea and the engineering know-how across oceans. Likewise, flood myths echo in nearly every tradition, from the Pacific Islands to the Bible. Coincidence, or the collective memory of a people dispersed by rising seas, carrying their story across the globe? One of the strongest arguments for ancient seafaring is found not in ruins but in biology. The sweet potato, native to South America, was discovered in Polynesia centuries before Columbus. DNA analysis of the crop reveals that it must have been carried across the ocean somehow. Some scientists believe Polynesians reached South America. Others suggest South Americans reached Polynesia. Either way, it demonstrates that transoceanic contact occurred in prehistory. If small groups could achieve it, why not larger, more organized expeditions? Why not fleets launched from Mu, centuries earlier, spreading plants, animals, and ideas across vast distances? The Pacific itself offers clues. Across its countless islands are petroglyphs and megaliths with striking similarities to those found in South America and Asia. Easter Island's Rongorongo script, undeciphered to this day, resembles written symbols from the Indus Valley. In Hawaii and Tahiti, legends tell of voyagers who arrived in great double-hulled ships, bringing with them knowledge of navigation and agriculture. These stories suggest a deep tradition of maritime mastery, one that could easily have roots in a lost motherland like Mu. Then there is the matter of shipbuilding. Traditional Polynesian canoes were far from primitive. They were sleek, double-hulled vessels capable of carrying dozens of people and supplies across open seas. In 1976, the Polynesian Voyaging Society built the H. Clee, a replica of these ancient ships, and sailed it from Hawaii to Tahiti without modern instruments, using only the stars, waves, and birds for guidance. The voyage proved beyond doubt that ancient seafarers could navigate with astonishing accuracy. If this was possible with remembered techniques, how much greater might the capabilities of Mu's people have been, if they represented a peak of maritime culture now erased? Legends from around the world speak of civilizing visitors arriving from across the sea. In Central America, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, was said to have arrived by boat, teaching knowledge and law. In Peru, Viracocha emerged from the Pacific, bringing wisdom to the Andean peoples. In the Pacific Islands themselves, ancestral gods were often described as arriving from a drowned land, bestowing tools, agriculture, and navigation. These figures may not have been gods at all, but human survivors of Mu, remembered and deified by those who inherited their teachings. Skeptics counter that while seafaring is possible, there is no direct evidence of ships or ports from such an ancient time. They argue that archaeology has uncovered no wrecks, no anchors, no clear remnants of Mu's alleged fleets. But this is hardly surprising. Wooden vessels rot and vanish quickly in the salt and currents of the sea. Even in the Mediterranean, where seafaring is well documented, shipwrecks from more than a few thousand years ago are scarce. If Mu's fleet sailed 10,000 or even 20,000 years ago, it would be astonishing if any trace had survived. Yet indirect evidence abounds. Genetic studies have shown faint but tantalizing links between Pacific Island populations and peoples of South America, suggesting contact long before Europeans arrived. Rock carvings across islands often depict canoes or ships, stylized but unmistakable, reinforcing the centrality of voyaging in their culture. And the myths, always the myths, repeat the same story. A great homeland lost to the sea, its survivors scattering, their descendants carrying fragments of knowledge to distant lands. One of the most provocative possibilities is that Mu's seafarers were not just capable of Pacific voyages, but global ones. The currents of the Pacific flow into the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic, and beyond. Ancient sailors could have ridden these routes far more easily than modern people imagine. Thor Heyerdahl demonstrated this in 1947 with his Kon-Tiki expedition, sailing a primitive raft from South America to Polynesia to prove contact was possible. If such feats could be replicated with modern replicas, what could a sophisticated seafaring culture have achieved in deep antiquity? If Mu's people truly mastered the oceans, then their disappearance may explain some of the deepest mysteries of human culture. The sudden rise of advanced civilizations around the globe, the mysterious similarities between distant myths, and the recurring symbols of serpents, floods, and pyramids may not be coincidences. They may be the cultural fingerprints of a seafaring civilization that spread its influence across the world before vanishing beneath the waves. For skeptics, this remains conjecture. For believers, it is the missing link that ties together scattered anomalies into a coherent narrative. Mu's destruction was not the end of its people. It was the beginning of their diaspora. Carried by ships across uncharted seas, their knowledge became the seed of future civilizations, their memory the root of myths, their homeland the greatest enigma of human history. And perhaps that is why the story of Mu resonates so deeply. It is not just a tale of a lost continent, but of human daring, resilience, and survival. If Mu existed, its people were not simply victims of catastrophe. They were navigators, explorers, and teachers who carried their world across the seas. And in doing so, they may have ensured that, even in ruin, Mu would never truly be forgotten. For centuries, the story of Atlantis has overshadowed all other tales of lost continents. Plato's dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, gave the world its first detailed account of a powerful island civilization swallowed by the sea. Atlantis became legend, a symbol of both human greatness and divine punishment. Yet when researchers began exploring the possibility of Mu, the parallels between these two myths were too striking to ignore. Could Mu and Atlantis be two names for the same vanished civilization? Or were they separate cultures, different branches of a global network destroyed by catastrophe? Plato described Atlantis as a land larger than Libya and Asia combined, lying beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Its people were advanced, possessing engineering, agriculture, and a powerful navy. They grew corrupt, the story goes, and were punished by the gods with earthquakes and floods, vanishing beneath the waves in a single day and night of misfortune. At first glance, this tale mirrors that of Mu almost exactly, a great maritime civilization, advanced beyond its time, lost to the sea in sudden disaster. But when Augustus Le Plongeon, James Churchward, and other writers began piecing together fragments of Mu's story, they placed it not in the Atlantic but in the Pacific. Mu, they claimed, was the motherland, older than Atlantis by thousands of years, a civilization so ancient that Atlantis itself may have been one of its colonies. Churchward, in particular, argued that Atlantis was merely the echo of Mu's destruction, retold and transplanted by survivors who carried the memory westward. If true, this would mean that the story Plato recorded was not an isolated myth, but one chapter in a saga stretching across oceans. The similarities are difficult to dismiss. Both Atlantis and Mu are described as technologically sophisticated cultures, capable of engineering works far beyond what conventional history allows for their time. Both are said to have commanded fleets that reached across the seas. Both perished in cataclysm, their memory preserved only in myth and fragments of story. Even the moral undertone is the same, the fall of a proud civilization, wiped away by nature or divine decree. Yet there are also differences. Atlantis is framed in Greek philosophy as a moral parable, a tale of hubris and downfall. Mu, by contrast, is portrayed more as a cultural origin point, a mother civilization, benevolent and wise, whose people spread knowledge across the globe. If Atlantis was remembered as a cautionary tale, Mu was remembered as a golden age, the wellspring of humanity's progress. Could these differing tones reflect different memories of the same event, reshaped by culture and geography? Or do they suggest that Atlantis and Mu were separate civilizations, destroyed by similar forces but remembered in distinct ways? Some researchers point to geography as the deciding factor. Atlantis, according to Plato, lay in the Atlantic Ocean. Mu, according to Churchward, stretched across the Pacific. How could they be the same? But others argue that ancient memories are rarely precise. Oral traditions often relocate events, confusing directions and distances as they are retold over millennia. The sinking of a vast land might easily shift in the telling, from the Pacific to the Atlantic, from one shore of the world to another. To survivors scattered across continents, the location might matter less than the loss itself. The most intriguing possibility is that both legends are true, that Mu and Atlantis were not one and the same, but sister civilizations, born of the same global culture. If Mu was indeed the oldest, the motherland as Churchward insisted, then Atlantis could have been one of its greatest colonies, flourishing in the Atlantic long after Mu's demise. When Mu was destroyed, its survivors may have rebuilt in the West, creating the civilization that Plato later recorded. And when Atlantis itself fell, its memory became the final echo of a story that had begun thousands of years earlier, on the sunken continent of the Pacific. Support for this idea comes from myths around the world. In Central America, the Aztecs told of Aztlan, a homeland across the sea that sank into the waves. In the Pacific, Polynesian traditions spoke of Hawaii, a lost island home swallowed by the ocean. In the Indian Ocean, Tamil legends describe Komori Kandam, another vast landmass drowned beneath rising waters. These stories, scattered across cultures, could all be local memories of the same sequence of cataclysms. First Mu, then Atlantis, and perhaps others lost to the sea. The pattern suggests not one myth, but a recurring reality. Of course, skeptics argue that both Atlantis and Mu are pure invention. Plato may have simply created a moral allegory, while Churchward may have misinterpreted or even fabricated his sources. Without physical evidence, they say, both civilizations belong to the realm of fantasy. Yet the persistence of these stories, echoing across cultures and continents, suggests that something deeper may be at work. Legends do not survive for thousands of years without a kernel of truth. And the fact that two such detailed accounts exist, independently, in different parts of the world, makes the coincidence harder to ignore. Modern researchers often look to geology for answers. During the last ice age, sea levels were far lower than today. Vast stretches of land now underwater would have been habitable, supporting thriving cultures. As the ice melted, these lands would have drowned, leaving only memories in the myths of survivors. Could Atlantis and Mu have been among these drowned lands, their ruins now buried beneath hundreds of feet of ocean? Recent discoveries of submerged structures off the coasts of Japan, India, and the Caribbean give weight to this possibility. Each discovery reminds us that the ocean may conceal far more than we imagine. In the end, the question of Mu and Atlantis may not be one of either or, but of both and. Perhaps there was a lost continent in the Pacific, and another in the Atlantic. Perhaps they were linked, not just by trade and voyages, but by shared ancestry. Perhaps humanity's story is not linear, but cyclical, rising to heights of civilization, only to fall into ruin, leaving behind only whispers and symbols for the future to decipher. And so, when we speak of Atlantis, we may in fact be hearing the last echo of Mu. When we hear of Mu, we may be brushing against the memory of Atlantis. Their stories intertwine, two shadows of a forgotten world, reminders of how fragile even the greatest civilizations can be. Whether they were the same land remembered differently, or two separate empires united by fate, their legacy endures in myth, in ruins, and in the haunting sense that our history is far older and far stranger than we dare to admit. Even after Mu supposedly sank beneath the Pacific waves, its legacy did not vanish entirely. Across the world, fragments of its memory seem to have survived, not as written history, but encoded in myths, symbols, and oral traditions. What if the ruins of Mu were not entirely lost, but preserved in the stories of those who fled, carried across oceans and generations, hidden in plain sight within the folklore of dozens of cultures? To search for Mu today is not only to scan the ocean floor, it is also to decode the languages, symbols, and ancient traditions that appear strangely interconnected, as if pointing back to a single forgotten source. Let us begin with myths. In Polynesia, the Maori of New Zealand and other Pacific peoples tell of Hawaii, a sacred homeland now submerged beneath the sea, the place from which their ancestors sailed before spreading across the islands of the Pacific. In Hawaiian lore, there is the tale of Kanehunamoku, a hidden land beneath the waves, remembered as both paradise and a place of origin. These stories echo the concept of Mu, a great ancestral home swallowed by the ocean. They are not unique. In fact, almost every culture bordering the Pacific contains similar traditions, myths of lost lands, drowned kingdoms, and ancestral homelands that could never be reached again. The Mayans and Aztecs of Mesoamerica carried a story of their own. The Aztecs spoke of Aztlan, a place beyond the sea where their ancestors once lived, a shining homeland that disappeared long before their time. The Maya, too, encoded references to a great flood and a vanished civilization that came before them. To many scholars, these sound like allegories, mythic explanations for migration. But when these myths are compared to the Pacific legends of Hawaii, or to the Hindu traditions of great floods and lost lands, they begin to look less like coincidence and more like fragments of a larger narrative, the memory of Mu scattered across the globe. Symbols add another layer of intrigue. In Churchward's theory, survivors of Mu carried with them not only myths but also sacred symbols, fragments of their written language, and their religious motifs. He pointed out how the cross within a circle appears across disparate cultures, from the sun symbols of Native America to the mandalas of Asia, to the cosmic wheels of ancient Europe. Could this have been a sacred emblem of Mu, replicated in new homelands by its displaced people? Critics dismiss this as pattern-seeking, but it is difficult to ignore the recurrence of certain geometric and symbolic designs across civilizations separated by oceans. Take, for example, the serpent motif. In Central America, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was revered as a bringer of knowledge and civilization. In Asia, the Nga serpents guarded sacred waters and cosmic truths. In the Pacific, serpent-like beings appear in countless traditions, often linked to water, floods, or destruction. Could this repeating symbol hint at a common origin, an ancestral story preserved across continents? Church would argue that the serpent represented not simply an animal, but an ancient cultural code from Mu itself, its meaning distorted yet preserved as refugees rebuilt their lives in foreign lands. Architecture. 2. Whispers of lost connections. Megalithic structures, cyclopean walls, stone circles, pyramids, are scattered across the globe, often sharing uncanny similarities despite vast distances. Easter Island's Moai statues, with their mysterious faces gazing toward the horizon, stand isolated in the Pacific, yet resemble in spirit the colossal stoneworks of South America or even Asia. Could these be independent inventions, or cultural echoes of a shared parent civilization? If Mu was real, then perhaps these monuments were the survivors' attempts to replicate the grandeur of their lost homeland, stone by stone, across new territories. The myths of India also deserve attention. In Tamil traditions, there is Komori Kandam, a vast landmass said to have stretched south of India, home to an advanced civilization before it sank beneath the sea. Its stories of cultural origins, floods, and vanished knowledge are eerily similar to those of Mu. While Komori Kandam is often dismissed as a nationalist myth, its details align strikingly with the Pacific narrative. Could it be that Mu was remembered in India under another name? Or perhaps Mu was not one land but several, remembered differently in different regions, all tied to the same era of global catastrophe. What makes these myths and symbols compelling is not simply their existence, but their persistence. These stories have survived thousands of years, passed from generation to generation, enduring even when their original meaning was forgotten. Why do so many cultures remember floods, lost homelands, and sunken kingdoms? Why do they so often associate them with knowledge bringers, gods, or ancestors who arrive from the sea? The answer may lie in trauma. Survivors of cataclysmic events often encode their memories in myth, turning history into sacred story. If Mu was real, then these myths are its gravestone, the only monument left after its ruins sank beneath the ocean. Even in modern times, Mu has left its imprint. The very word has seeped into the imagination of writers, occultists, and seekers of hidden knowledge. Theosophists of the 19th century wove Mu into their vision of lost root races. Writers of pulp fiction and science fantasy filled their pages with Mu, Atlantis, and other sunken lands, blending them into the mythology of modern culture. Today, Mu appears in films, novels, even video games, not as history, but as legend. And yet, each retelling keeps the name alive, ensuring that the memory of Mu, real or imagined, continues to echo in the collective consciousness. But perhaps the most fascinating question is this: if fragments of Mu survived in myth and symbol, what else might remain? Could there be artifacts, technologies, or even ruins, still preserved, waiting to be found beneath the waves? If survivors spread across the globe, could their descendants have carried pieces of Mu's legacy, tools, texts, sacred relics, into the ancient world? And if so, might these objects still exist in hidden vaults, unrecognized by archaeologists, or suppressed by those who would rather keep forbidden history buried? The legacy of Mu is not only a matter of archaeology, it is a matter of imagination. Whether real or myth, the story of Mu has inspired generations to question the official narrative of human history. It challenges us to look at myths not as fantasy, but as distorted memory. It urges us to consider that humanity has forgotten much more than it remembers. And it leaves us with a haunting sense that somewhere, buried in symbols, stories, and ruins, lies the ghost of an entire civilization erased from the textbooks, but not from the human soul. The mystery of Mu does not end with myths and symbols. If anything, those stories are only the breadcrumbs leading us towards something far more controversial: the possibility that evidence of Mu's existence has already been found, and deliberately buried, discredited, or ignored. Time and again, history has shown us that discoveries which do not fit the accepted narrative are quietly filed away, dismissed as fraud, or left to gather dust in museum basements. When it comes to Mu, the trail of suppressed discoveries is long, troubling, and tantalizing. One of the most whispered about pieces of evidence comes from Mexico, in the form of unusual stone tablets known as the Niven tablets. In the early 20th century, an American mining engineer named William Niven uncovered thousands of carved stones near Mexico City. These stones displayed strange symbols, neither Aztec nor Mayan, but something older, something utterly unfamiliar. Some even seem to depict advanced knowledge, astronomical patterns, complex geometries, and writings hinting at a vanished world. Niven himself suggested a connection to Churchward's theory of Mu, claiming the tablets were remnants of a culture that carried Mu's memory into Central America. Yet almost as soon as they were discovered, the tablets vanished into obscurity. Some were reportedly sent to museums, others lost during shipping, and still more destroyed in political upheaval. Today, only a handful survive, locked away, rarely displayed. Mainstream archaeologists dismiss them as fakes or misunderstandings, but the sheer volume of Niven's finds makes this dismissal suspicious. Could these tablets have been fragments of Mu's writing system, accidentally unearthed and then quietly erased from the official record? Another case comes from the waters off Japan. In 1986, divers exploring near Yonaguni, one of the Ryukyu Islands, stumbled upon a breathtaking discovery: massive stone structures rising from the ocean floor. The site, known as the Yonaguni Monument, features broad terraces, sharp angles, stair-like formations, and even what appears to be a massive pyramid. Some geologists insist these are natural formations shaped by erosion. Others are not so sure. The precision of the cuts, the sheer size of the blocks, and the resemblance to human-built architecture suggests something else, perhaps the remains of a sunken civilization. If the Yonaguni Monument is artificial, it would have been built when the area was still above sea level, over 10,000 years ago, long before conventional history allows for advanced societies in the Pacific. Could this be a surviving fragment of Mu, resting beneath the waves? The debate remains unresolved, and perhaps deliberately so. For every geologist who argues natural, there is a diver or independent researcher who insists the site is man-made. Yet funding for serious excavation or exploration remains scarce. It is as if no one in power truly wants the answers revealed. And then there are the UPARTs, out-of-place artifacts, scattered across the globe. Stone spheres in Costa Rica, megaliths in Micronesia, giant statues on Easter Island, and mysterious undersea walls near Okinawa all defy easy explanation. Many could be the work of known cultures, but some hint at knowledge or techniques that appear far too advanced for their supposed age. Could these be the scattered remnants of a once unified civilization, the fingerprints of Mu itself? Critics argue that such claims are built on speculation and coincidence. But if that is true, why are so many discoveries quickly dismissed without deeper study? Why are controversial artifacts so often lost, destroyed, or locked away? The Niven tablets are not the only example. Reports have surfaced over the decades of unusual finds, ancient maps, inscriptions, even skeletal remains, that vanish before they can be examined. Researchers who press too hard are labeled fringe or pseudoscientific, their reputations destroyed. It is here that the idea of suppression begins to take shape. If Mu was real, its confirmation would overturn the established timeline of human civilization. It would challenge the belief that history began only a few thousand years ago in Mesopotamia. It would suggest that humanity once achieved a level of advancement we are only beginning to rediscover. For universities, museums, and governments invested in the current narrative, such a revelation would be destabilizing. Perhaps too destabilizing. Consider this. In the 20th century, archaeologist James Churchward's books on Mu gained enormous popularity, selling millions of copies. Yet academic institutions dismissed him outright, labeling his work as fantasy despite his detailed references to tablets and translations he claimed to have studied in India. Could it be that Churchward touched on a truth that others wanted buried? Or was the academic dismissal simply a way to ensure that mainstream history remained unchallenged? The line between caution and suppression is thin, and in the case of Mu, it has always leaned toward silence. Another thread in this pattern is the treatment of oral traditions. Indigenous peoples across the Pacific, from Hawaii to New Zealand, preserve detailed accounts of ancestral homelands swallowed by the sea. Yet when explorers, missionaries, and colonial scholars recorded these stories, they were often dismissed as myth rather than investigated as possible historical memory. To this day, oral traditions are undervalued in archaeology, despite growing evidence that myths often encode real geological events. Could these stories have been ignored not just out of arrogance, but out of fear that they might validate the existence of Mu? Even today, suppressed discoveries continue to surface. Independent divers claim to have found unusual stone structures in the Pacific, from submerged walls to what appear to be roads leading into the deep. Satellite imagery sometimes reveals anomalies on the ocean floor, patterns that resemble ruins. Yet funding for deep-sea exploration remains limited, and when discoveries are made, they are often attributed to natural phenomena without thorough study. The Pacific Ocean covers 1/3 of the Earth's surface, yet less than a fraction of. It has been mapped in detail. If Mu lies beneath it, hidden ruins could exist undetected, or ignored by those who already know they are there. The question then becomes, who benefits from keeping Mu hidden? Is it simply academia protecting its paradigm, or is there a deeper motive? Some theorists suggest that acknowledging Mu would rewrite not just history, but humanity's understanding of itself. If Mu is indeed the mother civilization, then our story is not one of slow progress, but of rise and fall, cycles of greatness and destruction. That would imply that we are not the pinnacle of human achievement, but merely the latest chapter in a much older saga. Such a realization could shatter the foundation of modern thought, challenging everything from religion to politics to science. And so, the evidence of Mu, if it exists, remains in shadow. Carved stones that vanish, ruins labeled as natural, myths dismissed as fantasy. Yet each suppressed discovery adds to the intrigue, each unanswered question fuels the fire. Perhaps one day, a discovery too large to deny will rise from the depths, forcing the truth into the open. Until then, Mu remains the greatest forbidden history of all, a ghost civilization hiding not just in the ocean, but in the silence of those who refuse to look. If Mu truly existed, the question becomes unavoidable. What destroyed it? For a continent-sized landmass to vanish, only a catastrophe of unimaginable scale could suffice. Legends across the Pacific and beyond tell of great floods, earthquakes, fire from the sky, and the wrath of the ocean swallowing entire nations. These tales may sound like mythology, yet modern geology provides startling parallels, evidence of real cataclysms that could have annihilated entire civilizations, leaving only fragments behind. One of the most dramatic possibilities lies in tectonic upheaval. The Pacific Ocean is ringed by what scientists call the Ring of Fire, a chain of volcanic zones and fault lines where the Earth's crust is in constant motion. Earthquakes and eruptions here can be devastating even today, as seen in events like the 2011 tsunami in Japan. Now imagine such events magnified 100-fold. Imagine a chain reaction of volcanic eruptions, massive earthquakes, and tsunamis triggered by a sudden tectonic collapse. A civilization perched on low-lying plateaus, island chains, or a supercontinent in the Pacific would have had no chance to survive. Within days, or even hours, its cities could have been obliterated, its landmass broken and drowned. Some geologists point to subduction zones as possible culprits. These are areas where one tectonic plate slides beneath another, dragging huge sections of land into the Earth's mantle. Over time, entire regions can vanish this way. Could Mu have rested on a fragile plate that suddenly collapsed, plunging it into the abyss? Churchward himself theorized that Mu was destroyed by a network of subterranean gas chambers collapsing, causing the land to break apart and sink. While his explanation was speculative, the underlying concept, that vast sections of Earth can disappear, remains scientifically valid. Another possibility comes from the Ice Age. Around 12,000 years ago, at the end of the Pleistocene epoch, the world experienced rapid and violent climate shifts. Massive ice sheets covering North America and Eurasia began to melt, releasing torrents of fresh water into the oceans. Sea levels rose more than 300 feet, swallowing vast coastal plains and island chains. For ancient civilizations, this would have been nothing short of apocalyptic. Great cities built along fertile coastlines could have vanished in a matter of generations, their ruins buried beneath waves, their memory surviving only in myths of floods and drowned lands. This global flooding is remembered in traditions across the world. In Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh describes a deluge that nearly wiped out humanity. In the Bible, Noah builds his ark to survive the same. In India, the god Vishnu saves Manu from a world-destroying flood. In Polynesia, countless island groups tell of the ocean rising to consume ancestral lands. Could these flood myths be collective memories of the same event, the sudden end of Mu during the Great Melt at the close of the Ice Age? But there is yet another, even more dramatic theory: cosmic impact. Some researchers believe that around 12,800 years ago, Earth was struck by fragments of a massive comet, triggering the Younger Dryas period. A sudden return to near glacial conditions after the Ice Age seemed to be ending. The evidence lies in layers of nanodiamonds, melted glass, and unusual iridium concentrations found in sites across North America, Greenland, and Europe. These markers suggest high-temperature impacts, explosions so intense they could have vaporized landscapes, ignited wildfires across continents, and caused global tsunamis. If a comet or asteroid shattered above the Pacific, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Shockwaves, earthquakes, tidal waves hundreds of feet high, enough to wipe out not just a city, but an entire continent. Survivors scattered to the edges of the earth would remember it as a punishment from the gods, a cosmic event beyond human comprehension. Their descendants would preserve it in myth as the fall of Mu, the destruction of paradise in a single, unforgettable moment. Intriguingly, this theory dovetails with Plato's account of Atlantis. He describes its destruction as occurring in a single day and night of misfortune. Churchward described Mu's end in similar terms, a sudden cataclysm that left no time for escape. The consistency of these descriptions across cultures suggests they may be rooted in a real geological or cosmic event, one so sudden and overwhelming that it burned itself into humanity's collective memory. Yet if the destruction of Mu was so catastrophic, could we still find traces of it today? Modern geology tells us that land does not simply vanish without a trace. Submerged mountain ranges, plateaus, and seafloor anomalies could be remnants of drowned continents. In fact, several such anomalies have been documented. Zealandia, for example, is a nearly submerged continent beneath New Zealand and the surrounding ocean. Though only recently classified as such, Zealandia proves that large continental landmasses can indeed sink beneath the sea. If Zealandia exists, why not Mu? The Pacific is also home to unusual features like the Marshall Islands and the Micronesian archipelagos, tiny dots of land spread across vast expanses of ocean, as though they were once mountain peaks of a greater land now gone. In Micronesia, the megalithic city of Nan Madol rises from artificial islets, built of massive basalt columns. Its origin remains mysterious, but local legend calls it the city of the gods and links it to a vanished homeland. Could it be a surviving outpost of Mu, left behind after the continent itself vanished? Skeptics argue that no single event could erase a landmass the size of Mu. Yet history reminds us that Earth is not as stable as we like to believe. Continents drift, volcanoes obliterate landscapes, tsunamis reshape coastlines, and ice ages rewrite the map of the world. Civilizations rise in the cracks between cataclysms, only to be destroyed and forgotten when the Earth shifts again. Perhaps Mu's destruction was not one event, but a convergence of many, rising seas, volcanic eruptions, and cosmic impacts all combining to erase a once great civilization almost without a trace. And perhaps that is why the story persists. The destruction of Mu was not just the loss of a land, but the loss of humanity's memory of itself. It was the shattering of an age of knowledge, the breaking of a link in our chain of history. Survivors could only encode what they had seen in symbols and stories, leaving us to reconstruct their tragedy thousands of years later. If we are to understand Mu, we must first understand its end, the cataclysm that turned a thriving world into legend. For if Mu was destroyed once, in fire, flood, and upheaval, then what does that mean for us today? Could the same forces still be waiting, ready to strike again? The Earth does not forget, and history has a way of repeating itself. Perhaps the greatest mystery of Mu is not only how it fell, but whether its fate is also our own. If Mu truly existed, then its destruction would not have meant the complete end of its people. Civilizations do not vanish without leaving behind survivors, fragments of culture, or whispers of memory. When one land is destroyed, its people scatter. The legend of Mu may not be confined to a sunken continent, but instead carried on in the migrations of those who escaped its fall. From Asia to the Americas, from the Pacific Islands to Africa, echoes of a lost homeland resound. These echoes form the tantalizing possibility that Mu survivors became the seed of later civilizations, ancient travelers who reshaped the destiny of humanity long after their homeland disappeared beneath the waves. James Churchward believed that the survivors of Mu fled in great numbers, dispersing across the world by sea. They were navigators, sailors, and builders, with knowledge advanced enough to cross vast oceans at a time when the rest of the world's peoples were still bound by land. He suggested that Mu's colonies became the foundation of great civilizations in Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, Central America, and Polynesia. Skeptics dismiss this as speculation, but when we examine the similarities among ancient cultures separated by oceans, the theory becomes difficult to ignore. Consider the pyramids. From the step pyramids of Saqqara in Egypt to the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, from the towering pyramids of Mesoamerica to mysterious truncated pyramids in China, the same architectural form emerges again and again. Mainstream archaeology explains this as independent invention, the pyramid being a natural way to build large, stable structures. But what if it was not coincidence? What if the pyramid was a shared memory, a sacred geometry carried across the seas by survivors of Mu who rebuilt their knowledge wherever they settled. The pyramid, then, would not simply be a structure, it would be a signature, a reminder of a mother civilization now lost. The parallels extend beyond architecture. Across the globe, myths describe white gods or bearded strangers arriving from the sea, bringing knowledge of agriculture, astronomy, and laws. In Mesoamerican tradition, Quetzalcoatl was said to be a pale-skinned deity who taught the people arts and science before departing across the ocean. In South America, Viracocha was remembered as a great teacher who came from the waters. Polynesian legends speak of ancestral navigators who came from a vanished homeland to the west. Even in Egypt, gods like Osiris are depicted as bringing knowledge from across the seas. Could these stories be distorted memories of Mu's refugees, teachers and leaders who preserved fragments of their old world and gifted them to new ones? Linguistic clues add weight to the theory. Churchward claimed that fragments of Mu's Naga-Maya script survived in ancient India and Mesoamerica, with symbols nearly identical in both regions. While modern scholars dispute his translations, it is undeniable that ancient scripts, motifs, and sacred symbols often appear in vastly distant places. The spiral, the cross, the serpent, and the lotus emerge again and again, as if drawn from a shared library of symbols. If survivors from Mu spread across the globe, these symbols could have been part of the cultural toolkit they carried with them, leaving behind a fingerprint in the art and writing of later civilizations. Another striking clue lies in mythology. Flood legends are nearly universal, but they are often accompanied by tales of survivors who rebuild civilization elsewhere. In the Popol Vuh of the Maya, humanity is destroyed and reborn after a cataclysm. In Hindu tradition, Manu is saved from the flood and tasked with repopulating the earth. In Polynesian traditions, canoes carry families across the seas after their homeland sinks. Even the Greek myths of Deucalion and Pyrrha echo the same theme. The repetition of this pattern across cultures suggests not just a memory of destruction, but of migration, of carrying culture and knowledge into a new world after the old one is gone. The Pacific itself offers some of the most compelling evidence of migration. The Polynesians were master navigators, sailing thousands of miles across open ocean using only the stars, waves, and birds as guides. Their oral traditions speak of ancestral homelands now lost beneath the sea. The Maori tell of Hawaii, a homeland that vanished long ago. Hawaiians speak of Kahiki. Micronesian legends refer to vast islands that once existed where now there is only ocean. If Mu was real, these traditions could be cultural fossils, ancestral memories preserved in story long after the land itself disappeared. Survivors may have also traveled eastward to the Americas. In Central America, the Olmec civilization, the mother culture of Mesoamerica, emerges suddenly, with advanced knowledge of astronomy, monumental architecture, and agriculture. Their colossal stone heads, carved with uncanny skill, appear abruptly without clear developmental stages. Some researchers suggest that such leaps hint at external influence. If survivors from Mu landed on the coasts of Mexico or Central America, they may have passed down their knowledge, sparking the rise of civilizations like the Olmec, Maya, and later the Aztec. In the West, survivors may have reached Egypt and Mesopotamia. The sudden flowering of civilization in the Nile Valley and Sumeria, seemingly appearing fully formed with writing, laws, and monumental building, remains one of history's greatest mysteries. Could this too have been the work of refugees from Mu, settling along fertile rivers and rebuilding what they could of their old world? Churchward certainly thought so. He argued that Egypt's concept of the soul, India's sacred lotus, and the Mayan feathered serpent all pointed back to a single origin, Mu. Skeptics point out that no physical artifacts definitively link these civilizations. But perhaps that is the very nature of a cataclysmic loss. Survivors fleeing in desperation could not carry libraries or monuments across the seas. They carried only memory, stories, symbols, and fragments of technology. Over generations, these fragments would change, adapt, and localize, becoming unique to each new land, yet still carrying the faint echo of their shared origin. If this theory is true, then the legacy of Mu is not a set of ruins to be discovered beneath the Pacific. Its legacy is us, the civilizations that rose in its shadow, shaped by the survivors who carried knowledge forward. Every pyramid, every flood myth, every sacred symbol could be a shard of Mu, refracted into countless cultural forms across the globe. The destruction of Mu, then, was not the end of civilization, but its rebirth on new shores. And perhaps this is the greatest secret of all, that humanity's story is not one of isolated beginnings, but of shared survival. That beneath the diversity of our ancient cultures lies a common thread, stretching back to a drowned world that once united us. Mu may be gone, but if its people scattered across the earth, then its spirit lives on in every civilization that followed. While mainstream history rejects Mu as pure myth, the idea of a forgotten mother civilization has never truly disappeared. In fact, it has been preserved, whispered, and even guarded by secretive traditions, mystical orders, and esoteric schools of thought. To the casual observer, Mu is nothing more than a failed hypothesis. But to the hidden currents of Western and Eastern esotericism, Mu is remembered not as fantasy, but as forbidden knowledge, truth too dangerous to be accepted by the academic establishment. It is here, in the world of mystics, occultists, and secret societies, that Mu continues to live. The 19th and early 20th centuries saw a surge of interest in lost continents. Helena Blavatsky, the enigmatic founder of the Theosophical Society, spoke of Lemuria, a precursor to Atlantis, where an ancient race once flourished before being destroyed by geological upheaval. Her secret doctrine placed Lemuria and Atlantis in a chain of root races, stages of human evolution tied to cosmic cycles. While Blavatsky used the word Lemuria, later theosophists and occultists began to fuse her ideas with Churchward's Mu, creating a complex tapestry of lost homelands. In this mystical framework, Mu was not just a continent. It was the cradle of humanity's spiritual development, where forgotten wisdom first entered the world. Theosophy's influence spread widely, reaching into the arts, politics, and alternative sciences of the early 20th century. It inspired thinkers to look beyond the official history of mankind, to imagine cycles of civilizations rising and falling long before Mesopotamia or Egypt. To theosophists, Mu was the primordial Eden, a place of harmony where humanity lived in direct connection with cosmic forces. Its destruction was not merely geological, but karmic, a fall from spiritual unity into material struggle. From theosophy, the idea of Mu seeped into secret societies. Groups like the Rosicrucians and certain Masonic traditions whispered of ancient wisdom preserved across the ages. While their official texts rarely mention Mu explicitly, initiates often referred to a lost homeland, a forgotten source of light. The notion that secret brotherhoods have preserved fragments of this wisdom for millennia adds to the intrigue. Could hidden rituals, sacred geometry, and encoded symbols be the last remnants of Mu's teachings, deliberately veiled from the uninitiated? Even outside of formal societies, esoteric literature flourished with references to Mu. Early 20th century mystics wrote of Akashic records, a kind of cosmic memory accessible to those trained in meditation or trance. Within these records, psychics claimed to glimpse images of Mu, sprawling cities, radiant temples, and a people in harmony with the natural and spiritual world. Such visions were dismissed by science, but to believers they provided direct testimony of Mu's reality, bypassing the need for physical ruins. One of the most famous psychics of the 20th century, Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, spoke often of Atlantis. Yet in some of his readings, there are tantalizing hints of an even older land, a great continent in the Pacific whose destruction preceded Atlantis by tens of thousands of years. Cayce suggested that survivors of these lost worlds carried their wisdom to Egypt, the Americas, and Asia. His followers continue to mine his readings for references to Mu, believing that Cayce confirmed its existence in the realm of spirit, even if archaeology has yet to do so in stone. The persistence of Mu in esoteric traditions raises unsettling questions. If so many secret orders, psychics, and mystics insist on its existence, could they all be tapping into the same reservoir of hidden truth? Or is it simply the product of myth-making, imagination, and wishful thinking? To skeptics, these stories are nothing more than elaborate fantasies. But to believers, the convergence of so many independent esoteric sources suggests there is more to the story, that Mu's memory has been deliberately erased from official history, preserved only in initiatory traditions. This idea of suppression, of forbidden knowledge hidden from the masses, fits perfectly into the mystery of Mu. If humanity did descend from an advanced mother civilization, it would undermine the carefully constructed timeline of progress that science promotes. The idea that humans once possessed greater wisdom, only to lose it in a cataclysm, challenges the notion of steady upward advancement. It suggests cycles of rise and fall, peaks of greatness followed by collapse, and perhaps even warnings for our own future. In this light, Mu is not just a historical mystery, but a threat to the dominant worldview. The New Age movement of the mid-20th century revived interest in Mu once again. Writers began describing Mu not just as a lost land, but as a higher vibration, a spiritual archetype. Channelers spoke of Mu as a place of balance and love, contrasting it with Atlantis, which they associated with pride and technological hubris. In this telling, Mu represented a feminine wisdom, a society of harmony and nature, while Atlantis represented a masculine drive for power and control. Both, however, were destroyed, serving as warnings to modern humanity. Even today, Mu continues to appear in the teachings of fringe spiritual groups, often blended with ideas of extraterrestrial contact, higher dimensions, and hidden DNA codes. Some claim that Mu's people were star seeds, beings who came from beyond Earth to uplift humanity, and whose descendants still walk among us. Others believe that the temples of Mu exist not in physical ruins, but in other planes of reality, accessible through altered states of consciousness. What is striking in all of this is not just the persistence of Mu in mystical traditions, but its adaptability. Whether envisioned as a cradle of spiritual wisdom, a lost Eden, a hub of extraterrestrial contact, or a karmic lesson for humanity, Mu has served as a canvas for generations of seekers. Each time it is rediscovered, it is reimagined, not erased, but reborn. If Mu has been erased from textbooks, it has not been erased from memory. It survives in esoteric teachings, in whispered initiations, in psychic visions, and in the writings of mystics who dared to challenge official narratives. Perhaps this is the true forbidden history of Mu, not that it never existed, but that it has been deliberately concealed, its truth scattered across secret societies and spiritual movements, waiting for those willing to search beyond the boundaries of accepted history. And so we are left with a haunting possibility, that while scientists scoff and academics dismiss, the hidden keepers of knowledge have never forgotten. Mu may not appear in archaeology journals, but in the temples of the occult, in the visions of the mystic, and in the rituals of the secret lodge, its memory is alive, burning quietly like an ember that refuses to die. For every claim of Mu's existence, there has been an equally forceful rebuttal from mainstream science. The debate over Mu is not merely an argument about a lost land. It is a clash of worldviews, a collision between the rigidity of geology and the fluidity of myth. To believers, Mu represents the key to a hidden past erased from history books. To skeptics, it is nothing more than pseudoscience, a house of cards built on mistranslations and fantasy. Yet, somewhere between these extremes, lies the controversy that has fueled over a century of debate. The foundation of modern geology rests on principles of plate tectonics, continental drift, and the slow, predictable forces that shape the Earth. According to this framework, entire continents do not simply sink into the sea within human memory. Landmasses rise and fall over millions of years, not in sudden cataclysms. From this perspective, the idea of Mu, a massive continent in the Pacific disappearing overnight, defies the very laws of geology. Scientists argue that if Mu had existed, there would be clear tectonic evidence, submerged continental crust, fossil records, and unmistakable traces on the ocean floor. Yet surveys of the Pacific Basin reveal none of these. Instead, the Pacific Ocean is dominated by deep trenches, volcanic island chains, and vast abyssal plains. Its seafloor is geologically young, constantly renewed by volcanic activity along the Ring of Fire. In this scientific model, the Pacific has never held a large continent, only isolated volcanic islands and seamounts that emerge and vanish over eons. Oceanographers point to sonar mapping, which shows no sunken landmass capable of supporting a civilization the size of Mu. To them, the case is closed. But the believers are not so easily swayed. They counter that science, while powerful, is not infallible. They point to the shifting sands of geology itself, how once ridiculed ideas, like continental drift, were eventually accepted. In the early 20th century, Alfred Wegener's theory of drifting continents was mocked by the establishment, only to become the cornerstone of modern geology decades later. Could it be that Mu is another such impossible idea, awaiting its vindication when evidence is finally recognized for what it is? There are tantalizing anomalies that resist easy explanation. Strange megalithic structures lie beneath the waters of Yonaguni, off the coast of Japan, staircases, terraces, and walls that some claim are the remnants of a sunken city. Mainstream geologists insist these are natural formations, sculpted by currents and erosion. Yet divers who explore Yonaguni describe the precision of its lines, the symmetry of its platforms, and the haunting resemblance to human architecture. If natural processes can create such uncanny structures, then the line between nature and culture blurs in unsettling ways. Further south, in Micronesia, the ruins of Nan Madol rise out of the sea, a city of basalt columns built on artificial islets. Archaeologists date it to the last millennium, yet its legends speak of giants and ancient powers. Some researchers have suggested that Nan Madol may have been built on far older foundations, remnants of a forgotten age. Could this have been one of Mu's surviving colonies, preserved long after the motherland vanished beneath the waves? Skeptics, however, demand hard evidence: bones, tools, inscriptions, and datable artifacts. They argue that Churchward's translations of the Narkle tablets, the foundation of his Mu theory, have never been verified by independent scholars. No trace of the tablets exists today, and Churchward alone claimed to have seen them. Without these, his entire reconstruction of Mu collapses into hearsay. To critics, Mu is nothing more than a 20th century invention, fueled by the occult fervor of the time and recycled myths from many cultures. And yet, the myths themselves refuse to disappear. Nearly every culture has stories of great floods, sunken lands, and vanished homelands. Science explains this as coincidence, myth as a universal metaphor for chaos and renewal. But is it coincidence that so many of these myths point to the ocean, to drowned continents, to civilizations lost beneath the waves? Believers argue that myth is not mere metaphor, but memory, a distorted record of real events carried through oral tradition for thousands of years. The controversy deepens when we consider the possibility of sudden cataclysms. While modern geology favors gradual change, it also acknowledges catastrophic events, asteroid impacts, supervolcanoes, and megatsunamis. These events can devastate entire regions in a matter of days. Could Mu have been destroyed in such a way, its land shattered by seismic upheaval, its ruins dragged into trenches, erased by fire and water? If so, then the absence of a neat continental shelf in the Pacific does not rule out the possibility of a lost land. At the heart of this controversy lies a philosophical divide. Science seeks measurable evidence, physical proof that can be tested and repeated. Myth and esotericism, on the other hand, value testimony, symbolism, and hidden knowledge. To believers, the convergence of myths, symbols, and unexplained ruins is evidence enough. To skeptics, it is coincidence, wishful thinking, and pattern recognition. Each side accuses the other of blindness, the skeptics blind to mystery, the believers blind to reason. But perhaps the truth lies not in choosing one side, but in recognizing the limits of both. Geology may be correct that the Pacific holds no sunken continent in the form Churchward imagined. Yet myths may still preserve the memory of a real land, smaller, more localized, but still significant, lost in a cataclysm that imprinted itself on human consciousness. The question is not whether Mu existed exactly as described, but whether the story of Mu preserves a deeper truth about humanity's forgotten past. And it is precisely this uncertainty that fuels the enduring fascination. Science insists on evidence, and believers insist on memory. The two do not meet, and in that gap, mystery thrives. Mu becomes a symbol of forbidden archaeology, a test case for how we handle knowledge that does not fit into neat categories. Do we dismiss it, or do we dare to question the official timeline of history? The controversy over Mu is more than a debate about geology. It is a mirror reflecting our own struggle with truth, belief, and authority. On one side, the reassuring certainty of science. On the other, the haunting pull of myth. Between them, the drowned shadow of Mu waits, perhaps real, perhaps imagined, but always forbidden, always elusive. If Mu truly existed, then its destruction must have been nothing short of apocalyptic. Ancient legends describe land sinking in a single night, swallowed by fire, water, and chaos. But can such catastrophic events be explained by science? Could natural forces, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, pole shifts, or even cosmic impacts, account for the sudden disappearance of a vast civilization? Exploring these possibilities leads us into the heart of forbidden archaeology, where geology and mythology blur into one haunting question. What kind of disaster could erase an entire continent from history? Let us begin with the most common culprit in global flood myths: tsunamis. The Pacific Ocean is home to the most violent seismic activity on Earth. Along the Ring of Fire, tectonic plates constantly collide, generating earthquakes and massive waves. A single megathrust earthquake can unleash a tsunami powerful enough to devastate entire coastlines. Modern examples prove this: Indonesia in 2004, Japan in 2011. Yet even these pale in comparison to what may have occurred in the distant past. Imagine a tectonic rupture magnitudes greater, not confined to one coastline but spanning the Pacific, generating waves hundreds of feet high. For an island civilization, or even a landmass close to sea level, such a cataclysm would mean annihilation. Survivors would recall it not as a scientific phenomenon, but as divine wrath, immortalizing it in legend. Yet tsunamis alone may not be sufficient to sink an entire continent. For that, we must consider volcanic upheaval. The Pacific is littered with volcanic island chains, the remnants of ancient eruptions. The so-called supervolcanoes, such as those beneath Yellowstone or Toba in Indonesia, prove that eruptions can alter the global climate and devastate entire regions. If Mu was located near such a volcanic hotspot, its destruction could have been triggered by a chain of eruptions, splitting the land apart, collapsing it into the sea, and poisoning the atmosphere with ash. Legends from Polynesia speak of fire gods tearing the land, of islands disappearing beneath molten fury. Could these be memories of Mu's fiery end? Another theory suggests that Mu's destruction was caused by a shifting of the Earth's poles. Ancient traditions often speak of the sky itself changing, of stars moving in unfamiliar patterns. In modern terms, some researchers interpret this as evidence of a pole shift, a rapid movement of the Earth's crust over its mantle, causing entire continents to change position. Mainstream science acknowledges true polar wander, but insists it happens over millions of years. However, proponents of catastrophic pole shift theories argue that sudden displacements could occur, triggered by imbalances in Earth's rotation. If Mu lay in a precarious zone, such a shift might have dragged it beneath the ocean, leaving only fragments of memory behind. Cosmic events provide yet another possible explanation. Around 12,800 years ago, evidence suggests Earth was struck by fragments of a comet, triggering the Younger Dryas period, a sudden return to glacial conditions, accompanied by massive flooding and widespread extinction. Some researchers argue this impact devastated human populations and destroyed advanced cultures of the time. Could Mu have been among them? An asteroid or comet striking the Pacific would unleash unimaginable destruction. Tsunamis miles high, firestorms scorching the skies, earthquakes rattling the crust. Entire civilizations could vanish, their ruins pulverized, their lands drowned. Such an event would not just explain Mu's disappearance, it would account for the nearly universal flood myths across human culture. The legends themselves seem to preserve memory of such violent ends. In Polynesia, stories tell of a land that burned and sank. In Central America, the Maya describe previous worlds destroyed by fire and flood. In India, texts speak of entire races obliterated by celestial weapons, while the Bible describes a flood sent by God to wipe out humanity. Stripped of their religious framing, these stories share a common pattern: sudden, overwhelming destruction from above and below. Could they be cultural memories of the same cosmic cataclysm that destroyed Mu? Skeptics argue that these scenarios remain speculative. They point out that while tsunamis and volcanoes are real, there is no geological evidence for a sunken continent in the Pacific. Yet anomalies persist. Submerged terraces off Japan, strange stone structures beneath the Pacific, and unexplained volcanic scars all hint at violent upheaval in humanity's past. Oceanographers admit that only a fraction of the ocean floor has been mapped in detail. What secrets remain hidden beneath miles of water and sediment? Could evidence of Mu's destruction still lie buried, awaiting discovery? There is also the question of timing. Some traditions place Mu's fall 12,000 years ago, others 20,000 or more. This overlaps eerily with known global upheavals, the end of the Ice Age, massive sea level rise, and climatic chaos. During this period, vast swathes of coastal land vanished beneath rising seas. Entire continental shelves were submerged, erasing evidence of early settlements. Could Mu have been one of these drowned lands, its disappearance accelerated by catastrophe? If so, then the myths of fire, flood, and sinking Earth may be less symbolic and more literal, a human memory of the end of an age. What is undeniable is that cataclysm shapes human memory far more than gradual change. A slow erosion does not linger in myth, but a sudden, devastating event, one that wipes away everything familiar, etches itself into the soul of a people, retold across generations until it becomes legend. Whether through fire from the sky, earth-shattering quakes, or tsunamis taller than mountains, Mu's destruction, if it happened, was not a gentle fading. It was apocalypse. And this raises perhaps the most chilling possibility of all. If such an event could happen once, it could happen again. The same forces that may have destroyed Mu still lurk beneath and above us. The Pacific Ring of Fire remains restless, supervolcanoes still slumber, and asteroids continue to cross Earth's path. If Mu is not just myth, but memory, then its fate is also a warning, a reminder of our own vulnerability, no matter how advanced we believe ourselves to be. If Mu truly existed, then its echoes must still ripple through the world we inhabit today. Civilizations may rise and fall, But symbols endure. They are the fingerprints of forgotten ages, drifting across continents, embedded in temples, scriptures, and sacred art. Scholars of comparative mythology have long puzzled over the uncanny similarities between symbols separated by oceans and millennia. The cross, the serpent, the lotus, these motifs appear again and again, in cultures that should have had no contact. Could these be remnants of Mu, fragments of a universal knowledge that survived its destruction? The cross is one of humanity's oldest and most powerful symbols. To the modern eye, it is inseparably linked with Christianity, representing sacrifice and salvation. But long before the crucifixion, long before the rise of Rome, the cross was carved into stones, painted on cave walls, and etched into sacred artifacts across the world. In Egypt, it appeared as the Ankh, symbolizing eternal life. Among the ancient Hindus, it manifested as the swastika, signifying the revolving cycles of creation and destruction. In Mesoamerica, the Mayans revered the world tree, its branches forming a cross, connecting heaven, earth, and the underworld. Why does this shape, this intersection of vertical and horizontal, appear in every corner of human culture? Some believe it is because the cross is a primal archetype, born of the human experience of sky and earth. But others suggest it may have been inherited from a far older source. Could the people of Mu have carried the cross as their sacred emblem, teaching it to the colonies they seeded before their homeland sank beneath the waves? The serpent is no less mysterious. Reviled in some traditions, revered in others, it slithers across the mythologies of nearly every culture. In the Bible, it tempts humanity into knowledge and ruin. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, is a bringer of wisdom and civilization. In India, the Naga dwell in subterranean realms, guardians of treasures both spiritual and material. In China, the dragon, cousin of the serpent, embodies power, wisdom, and transformation. What unites these depictions is the serpent's duality, life and death, creation and destruction, knowledge and deception. It is an ambivalent force, feared yet worshipped. Could this duality reflect the teachings of Mu, where the serpent symbolized the endless cycles of life and rebirth? Perhaps it was not merely an animal, but a cosmic principle, a reminder that knowledge comes with a price. When cultures across the globe invoke the serpent as a teacher or a tempter, are they not recalling the same forgotten archetype, passed down from a vanished age? And then there is the lotus, delicate yet eternal. It blooms across Asia as a symbol of purity, rebirth, and enlightenment. In Hindu and Buddhist traditions, gods and sages emerge seated upon its petals, radiant in their transcendence. The Egyptians, too, revered the lotus, associating it with the sun and creation itself, as it opened with the day and closed at night. Even in distant regions, the motif of the sacred flower appears, representing renewal and the cycle of life. Why should such a specific symbol emerge in cultures so far apart? Some argue it is because the lotus is universal, a plant that thrives in many climates. Yet others wonder whether its symbolism is too precise, too spiritually charged, to be coincidence. Could the lotus have been one of Mu's sacred emblems, representing the eternal blossoming of consciousness, a memory that spread to its descendants around the world? Taken together, these symbols form a strange constellation, a hidden map across human culture. The cross, the serpent, and the lotus, life, death, rebirth, and transcendence. They speak not only of survival but of a coherent philosophy, a worldview that transcended geography. If Mu existed, its people may have preserved their teachings in these emblems, knowing their land was doomed. Carried in memory, carved in stone, taught to the scattered survivors, these symbols became seeds planted in distant soils. Thousands of years later, they bloom again, scattered yet familiar, reminders of a truth humanity once knew. Modern researchers often dismiss this as coincidence. They argue that the cross is a natural shape, that serpents are common creatures, that flowers are universal symbols of beauty. Yet such dismissals ignore the deeper strangeness, the repetition of meaning across vast distances. Why do so many cultures agree that the serpent represents knowledge and danger? Why does the cross so often signify balance between heaven and earth? Why does the lotus so consistently represent rebirth? Shared biology and psychology may explain part of it, but what if the rest is cultural memory, carried across generations, surviving even after continents sank? There are also more esoteric interpretations. Some occult traditions claim that symbols are not merely representations, but living archetypes. They are said to possess power, resonating with the unconscious mind, influencing human thought and destiny. If Mu was a civilization advanced not only in material ways but in spiritual knowledge, perhaps it understood the science of symbols, encoding truths within them that could endure even when language and history were lost. The cross, the serpent, the lotus, each may have been a key, a reminder of the cosmic order, scattered across the globe like breadcrumbs for future generations. The haunting question remains, are we the inheritors of Mu without realizing it? Every time a monk chants before a lotus, every time a Christian kneels before the cross, every time a myth retells the wisdom of a serpent, are we unknowingly reaching back to the same forgotten origin? These emblems may be fragments of a shattered mirror, reflecting a world long drowned yet not entirely gone. For symbols do not die. They endure, whispering across time, carrying truths too deep to vanish. Perhaps this is Mu's greatest legacy, not ruins beneath the ocean, not lost cities or vanished technologies, but something more subtle and more enduring, the survival of meaning. While stone crumbles and continents sink, symbols live on in human consciousness. And in those symbols, if we learn to listen, the voice of Mu still speaks. If Mu's symbol survived, then perhaps its people survived as well. When a civilization falls, it does not vanish entirely. Its survivors scatter, carrying with them knowledge, stories, and culture. These refugees, fleeing destruction, could have traveled vast distances by sea, seeking new lands to settle. Legends across the Pacific, Asia, and the Americas speak of ancient migrations, of peoples arriving from distant lands with knowledge and skills unknown to the locals. Could these stories reflect the real movement of Mu survivors, carrying the last fragments of a vanished civilization into the wider world? James Churchward proposed that the people of Mu were exceptional navigators, capable of traversing oceans long before the advent of modern ships. If the continent sank suddenly, the survivors would have had no choice but to flee. According to his writings, some traveled west to India, where they influenced early Hindu culture. Others crossed to Southeast Asia, contributing to megalithic architecture and agricultural practices. Further east, groups may have settled the islands of Polynesia, planting seeds of culture that would evolve into the navigational expertise of the Maori, Hawaiians, and Micronesians. The pattern is clear: a dispersed population, carrying knowledge from a lost world, leaving its mark wherever it landed. The Americas, too, may hold clues to Mu's diaspora. In Central America, the Olmec civilization emerges seemingly out of nowhere, exhibiting advanced stonework, astronomical knowledge, and monumental architecture. The colossal Olmec heads, carved with uncanny precision, hint at engineering skills far beyond what one might expect for the era. Some researchers have suggested that these skills could have been introduced by seafaring migrants from the Pacific, possibly descendants of Mu survivors. Likewise, the Maya and Aztec civilizations display mythologies, symbols, and architectural forms reminiscent of other cultures on the opposite side of the ocean. Could these parallels be echoes of a shared origin in Mu? Even in Asia, traces of Mu's influence may linger. The megalithic structures of Indonesia, the sacred cities of Java and Sumatra, and ancient Hindu texts all contain references to a lost homeland in the Pacific. Stories speak of advanced knowledge, spiritual wisdom, and cultural practices that seem to arrive fully formed rather than evolving locally. The consistency of these elements suggests they were carried by people who had inherited the traditions of a vanished civilization. The survivors of Mu may have become teachers, leaders, and culture bearers, transmitting knowledge to the regions they settled. This migration may also explain the startling similarities between distant civilizations. The use of pyramids, the serpent motifs, and sun and star worship appear not just in one culture, but in multiple continents separated by thousands of miles. Skeptics attribute this to coincidence or parallel development, but the idea of a dispersed population carrying knowledge provides a compelling alternative explanation. The survivors of Mu may have acted as cultural vectors, transmitting architectural designs, religious symbols, and scientific understanding to new lands. Each settlement became a repository of Mu's knowledge, slowly adapting to local conditions while retaining the essence of its origin. Oral traditions provide further support. Polynesian legends recount journeys from a vanished homeland, teaching navigation, agriculture, and social organization. In Central America, myths describe deities and ancestors arriving from distant lands, bringing advanced wisdom. In India, texts reference a lost continent in the Pacific, home to ancient sages and divine knowledge. Across the Pacific and beyond, these oral histories converge, suggesting that the memory of migration from a great lost land persisted long after the land itself disappeared. The practicalities of such migrations also reinforce the plausibility of Mu survivors influencing later civilizations. Early seafaring people were not helpless. They understood the ocean's patterns, seasonal winds, and the movement of birds and stars. Long before the compass or sextant, they could navigate vast distances with remarkable precision. If Mu's inhabitants possessed such skills, they could have colonized islands, established trade routes, and introduced cultural innovations across the Pacific and beyond. The evidence of this knowledge may still exist today in the sophisticated maritime traditions of Polynesia, in the alignment of temples and pyramids, and in the transmission of myths and rituals across oceans. Language, too, may bear the imprint of Mu's migrations. Comparative linguistics reveals surprising connections between words, symbols, and sounds in disparate cultures. Certain root words appear across regions with no obvious contact, hinting at a shared ancestral language. If Mu survivors carried a proto-language or symbolic system, it could have evolved in parallel in different regions, leaving behind subtle traces that modern researchers are only beginning to recognize. Ultimately, the story of Mu survivors is not just about migration, it is about resilience and continuity. Even in the face of unimaginable catastrophe, a civilization's knowledge, culture, and spirit can endure. The sinking of a continent may erase cities and monuments, but it cannot erase memory, symbolism, or human ingenuity. Every pyramid, every ritual, every myth of lost lands may be a testament to Mu's enduring legacy. Through its survivors, Mu did not vanish entirely. It transformed, scattering its essence across the globe, shaping human history in ways that are only now coming into focus. And this is the key to understanding Mu, not as a myth confined to the past, but as a living, evolving influence. Its people may have perished physically, but their culture, knowledge, and symbols continue to resonate. The survivors carried Mu into new worlds, leaving breadcrumbs for future generations to follow, fragments of a civilization that, though erased from the textbooks, persists in memory, culture, and myth. If the survivors of Mu carried its knowledge across the seas, they also carried its stories. And it is through stories, myths, legends, and flood narratives that Mu has most vividly survived. Across the globe, cultures speak of cataclysmic floods, sunken lands, and civilizations wiped from memory. While mainstream historians often dismiss these tales as allegory or coincidence, the consistency of the accounts suggests something deeper, a collective memory of a real catastrophe, preserved in myth for millennia. In these stories, the spirit of Mu persists, not as ruins beneath the ocean, but as warnings, parables, and echoes of a vanished world. In Mesopotamia, the Epic of Gilgamesh recounts a flood so vast that only a single family survives, guided by divine instruction. This story predates the Bible, yet its elements are strikingly familiar: an ark, the saving of species, and the catastrophic destruction of civilization. Similarly, in Hindu tradition, Manu is warned of an impending flood and builds a boat to preserve life. Polynesian legends speak of great lands swallowed by the ocean, with only a few families escaping to repopulate distant islands. Central and South American cultures describe ancestors arriving from distant, vanished lands, carrying knowledge of agriculture, astronomy, and sacred rituals. Across continents and centuries, the pattern is unmistakable: the destruction of a civilization by water, followed by survival and renewal. Why does water dominate these stories? Water is both life-giver and destroyer. It sustains civilizations, yet it can wipe them out in hours. For the people of Mu, who may have lived on a low-lying Pacific continent, the ocean would have been their constant companion and potential threat. The sudden sinking of their homeland, whether by tsunami, earthquake, or cosmic event, would have been seared into their collective memory. As survivors migrated, they carried not only knowledge but the story of their loss, encoded in the myths of the cultures they influenced. Flood stories, in this view, are not metaphorical. They are historical, a reflection of humanity's most profound trauma. The universality of flood myths strengthens the case for Mu's historicity. From the Sumerians to the Egyptians, from India to Polynesia, nearly every ancient culture describes a deluge that destroys the old world. Even the Greeks recount the tale of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who survive a great flood sent by Zeus. Could it be that these myths are all fragments of a single, ancestral memory, one rooted in the catastrophic fall of Mu? The similarities are too striking to be purely coincidental. Rising waters, the survival of a chosen few, the preservation of knowledge and life for future generations. But the stories go further than mere survival. They speak of the moral, spiritual, and cultural lessons carried from Mu to the world. In Mesopotamia, Utnapishtim's ark becomes a vessel of wisdom. In India, Manu's preservation of knowledge ensures that Dharma, or cosmic order, continues. In Polynesia, the descendants of drowned lands transmit navigational expertise, agricultural practices, and social organization. Across cultures, the narrative is clear. The catastrophe is not the end of civilization, but the beginning of a new era, with the survivors acting as bearers of ancient wisdom. This aligns with Churchward's theory that Mu's influence spread to the major civilizations of Egypt, India, and the Americas. Interestingly, flood myths often contain specific geographic or astronomical references. Some Polynesian stories describe lands to the west that no longer exist, while Sumerian texts mention a great sea in a distant place. Ancient texts sometimes note celestial alignments, perhaps reflecting the advanced astronomical knowledge carried by Mu survivors. Could these be encoded hints of the true geography of a lost continent, or records of cataclysmic events that coincided with celestial phenomena? If so, the myths are not just stories, they are cryptic historical documents, preserved orally for thousands of years. The survival of Mu's memory in myth also demonstrates the resilience of culture under extreme circumstances. When physical monuments are lost, human memory becomes the vessel of history. Songs, oral tales, rituals, and symbols act as living archives, ensuring that the knowledge of a civilization persists long after the land itself is gone. The stories of floods, arks, and migrations may therefore be the last surviving traces of Mu, passed from generation to generation, scattered across continents, yet bound together by a single origin. This is where the line between myth and history begins to blur. For centuries, scholars have dismissed oral traditions as unreliable, yet modern archaeology increasingly recognizes their value. Legends can preserve real events, transformed over time but still carrying kernels of truth. The consistency of flood myths worldwide suggests that these are not mere coincidences or imaginative tales, but memories of a singular, monumental disaster, one that may correspond to the destruction of Mu. The implications are profound. If Mu's memory survives in myth, then the continent may not be a simple legend, but a historical reality concealed within stories. Every tale of a sunken land, every account of survivors carrying wisdom across oceans, may be a breadcrumb pointing to a lost civilization that once shaped human history. Scholars, archaeologists, and explorers may one day uncover physical evidence, but even without it, the myths themselves act as testimony, demanding that we question the completeness of our understanding of the ancient world. In the end, the survival of Mu through legend reminds us that human memory is resilient, capable of preserving the most essential truths even when physical evidence disappears. The people of Mu, their migrations, and their knowledge did not vanish with the waves. They were encoded in the stories, rituals, and symbols of their descendants. By listening to these stories across cultures, we can begin to trace the faint outline of a civilization erased from the earth, yet living on in the collective consciousness of humanity. For decades, explorers and archaeologists have hunted for physical evidence of Mu, and the results, though controversial, are tantalizing. While mainstream archaeology dismisses Mu as myth, scattered clues beneath the ocean and in remote lands hint at something extraordinary. Submerged structures, mysterious terraces, and megalithic formations defy conventional explanation, suggesting that the Pacific may indeed conceal remnants of an ancient, advanced civilization. These discoveries, however, are often met with skepticism, funding challenges, and the constraints of technology. Yet the persistence of anomalies keeps the legend alive, enticing researchers and thrill-seekers alike. One of the most famous sites is the underwater formation off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan. Discovered in 1986 by diver Kiichiro Aratake, this massive stone structure resembles a stepped pyramid, with terraces, walls, and precise right angles. Proponents argue that the formation could not have been created by natural processes alone. Its scale and geometric precision suggest human intervention, implying an advanced society capable of monumental architecture. Critics, however, insist that the structure is a natural rock formation, sculpted by millennia of tectonic activity and ocean currents. Yet even if natural forces played a role, the possibility that Mu survivors influenced early Japanese culture cannot be dismissed entirely, and the mystery endures. Further south, in Micronesia, the ruins of Nan Madol sit upon a lagoon of the island of Pohnpei. Often called the Venice of the Pacific, this city comprises nearly 100 artificial islets connected by canals, built with massive basalt columns. The construction is remarkable. The stones weigh several tons each, yet the methods of transportation and placement remain uncertain. While conventional archaeology dates the city to the 1st millennium CE, some theorists suggest that it may rest upon older foundations, remnants of a culture that once flourished before recorded history. Could Nan Madol be one of Mu's surviving outposts, a memory carved in stone, hidden in plain sight? Elsewhere in the Pacific, smaller megalithic sites and submerged terraces hint at widespread human activity long before known civilizations. The Marianas, Fiji, and Indonesia host structures that challenge conventional timelines, suggesting advanced engineering, astronomy, and urban planning skills. When viewed collectively, these anomalies form a network of evidence that, while fragmentary, points toward a civilization that could have dominated the Pacific before its disappearance. Even if each site is debated individually, their cumulative effect is difficult to ignore. The Pacific may conceal far more history than textbooks acknowledge. Ancient texts and maps provide additional clues. James Churchward claimed to have studied Narkle tablets that described Mu in incredible detail, its cities, laws, religions, and technologies. Though the tablets themselves have never been independently verified, Churchward's writings correlate with some of the megalithic sites now being discovered. Similarly, Piri Reis and other ancient maps hint at coastlines and lands submerged long before modern exploration. Could these maps and stories be fragments of knowledge passed down from Mu survivors, encoded in ways that only the most attentive researchers can decipher? Even seemingly isolated artifacts raise eyebrows. Intricately carved stones, statues, and ceramics from scattered islands show similarities in design, symbolism, and craftsmanship. The recurring motifs, serpents, lotus flowers, celestial patterns, mirror the symbols associated with Mu in esoteric texts. While skeptics argue that these are examples of convergent evolution in art, the possibility of a shared origin cannot be dismissed. These artifacts suggest a cultural continuity that might be traced back to a vanished civilization, connecting islands and continents across vast stretches of ocean. Modern technology has opened new doors for underwater archaeology. Sonar mapping, submersibles, and satellite imaging allow researchers to detect anomalies previously invisible beneath the waves. Some sonar scans reveal geometric formations and elevated terraces that resemble ancient city layouts. While further investigation is needed, these preliminary findings fuel speculation about a submerged civilization. Each discovery, whether fully verified or not, adds a piece to the puzzle, keeping the idea of Mu in the realm of possibility rather than pure myth. Yet the search for Mu is not without its controversies. Funding for deep-sea exploration is scarce, and many mainstream archaeologists view the subject as fringe, preferring to focus on sites that fit conventional narratives. Additionally, oceanic conditions, currents, sedimentation, and tectonic activity have likely destroyed or buried much of what might have existed, leaving tantalizing hints instead of intact cities. This combination of technical challenge, skepticism, and lost evidence ensures that the mystery of Mu persists, a story half hidden beneath the waves, half preserved in myth and legend. Ultimately, the archaeological clues, submerged terraces, megalithic ruins, artifacts, and ancient maps create a mosaic that is at once incomplete and compelling. They do not provide definitive proof, but they do suggest that the Pacific holds secrets far older than current scholarship acknowledges. If Mu existed, these sites may be the last physical remnants of its civilization, scattered and partially destroyed, waiting for the right combination of technology, insight, and daring to reveal the truth. The allure of discovery, coupled with the knowledge that history may be far more complex than we realize, ensures that the search for Mu will continue, inspiring researchers, adventurers, and dreamers alike. In the end, archaeology provides both hope and frustration. Each stone, each terrace, each submerged wall may contain the key to unlocking Mu's secrets. Yet the ocean is vast, and much remains hidden. The possibility that the greatest civilization to ever exist has been erased from the surface of the Earth is both chilling and exhilarating. Every sonar ping, every diving expedition, every artifact recovered could bring us closer to answering the ultimate question: did Mu truly exist, or is it a myth that refused to die? One of the most tantalizing aspects of Mu lies not in its ruins or its myths, but in the knowledge its people may have possessed, knowledge that appears astonishingly advanced for its time. Across Churchward's accounts, esoteric texts, and the fragmented traditions of Pacific and Asian cultures, there are repeated references to technologies and skills that seem impossible for a civilization predating Egypt or Mesopotamia. These forbidden technologies, whether in metallurgy, architecture, navigation, or energy, suggest a civilization whose understanding of the natural world surpassed what mainstream history recognizes. If true, the The lost continent of Mu may have been a hub of innovation, a civilization so advanced that its secrets were deliberately concealed to prevent them from reshaping human society. Churchward's writings describe vast cities powered by energy sources unknown in our conventional understanding. He claimed that Mu's temples were not merely places of worship but centers of science and engineering, harnessing natural energies in ways that modern researchers are only beginning to explore. Some esoteric interpretations suggest that the inhabitants of Mu knew how to channel electromagnetic forces, tap into geothermal energy, and manipulate resonance to construct massive structures with extraordinary precision. According to these accounts, Mu's architecture was not only aesthetically remarkable but scientifically sophisticated, built to last and aligned with cosmic principles. Such claims are difficult to verify, yet they are repeated across cultures in stories of miraculous structures, sacred geometry, and monuments that defy explanation. Metalwork is another area where Mu's knowledge appears extraordinary. Churchward and later researchers claimed that Mu's inhabitants worked with metals and alloys unknown to the rest of the ancient world. Reports speak of tools sharper and stronger than anything from the same period elsewhere, and objects that resisted corrosion and decay. Legends in India describe advanced metallurgical techniques, including the forging of massive weapons and the construction of long-lasting temples, which some argue could trace their origin to Mu. Across the Pacific, archaeological anomalies in stone and metalwork suggest the possibility of techniques lost over millennia. While mainstream science attributes these to isolated ingenuity, proponents of forbidden archaeology argue that they are fragments of a far older, highly advanced tradition. Navigation and seafaring also appear to have been highly developed in Mu. The survivors, if they existed, spread across vast ocean distances, settling islands thousands of miles apart. Such migrations would have required an unparalleled understanding of currents, stars, winds, and celestial navigation. Polynesian voyaging techniques, passed down orally for generations, may preserve echoes of Mu's maritime knowledge. Ancient texts describe navigational instruments and charts capable of guiding sailors across hundreds of miles of open ocean, knowledge that would have been essential for the dispersal of survivors and the spread of Mu's influence. Could these techniques be the last remnants of a civilization whose mastery of the seas was centuries ahead of its time? Even agriculture and botany may have carried traces of forbidden knowledge. Churchward suggested that Mu's inhabitants were capable of manipulating crops to grow more efficiently, perhaps through selective breeding or other methods now lost. Some legends tell of seeds brought to distant lands by Mu's refugees, giving rise to the earliest forms of agriculture in Asia and the Americas. These claims are often dismissed as fanciful, yet the rapid spread of crops and cultivation techniques across continents, sometimes ahead of expected timelines, suggests the possibility that some knowledge survived the destruction of Mu. Perhaps most intriguing are claims that Mu's people understood principles of energy, vibration, and cosmic alignment in ways that seem mystical but may have practical application. Temples were built with extraordinary precision, aligned to solstices, equinoxes, and stellar phenomena. Some researchers suggest that these structures were designed to resonate with natural energies, amplifying sound, light, or electromagnetic fields. While this may sound fantastical, similar principles are observed in later civilizations: the acoustics of Stonehenge, the precision of Egyptian pyramids, and the alignment of Mayan observatories. Could these be indirect evidence of a knowledge inherited from Mu, a civilization that blended science, spirituality, and engineering into a cohesive understanding of the world? Skeptics argue that these claims are exaggerated, that the idea of forbidden technology is modern fantasy projected onto ancient ruins. They point to the lack of surviving devices or direct evidence of advanced machinery. Yet the absence of proof is itself part of the enigma. If Mu's civilization was destroyed catastrophically, its knowledge could have been buried, lost, or deliberately hidden by survivors to prevent misuse. This creates a paradox. The more advanced Mu may have been, the easier it was to erase. And in that erasure lies the very definition of forbidden, a science too powerful for the world at that time, carefully concealed for reasons we may never fully understand. The allure of Mu's alleged technologies extends beyond archaeology. It feeds into a broader fascination with lost wisdom, secret knowledge, and human potential. It raises questions about what humanity may have known in the distant past, and what we might still rediscover. Each claim, each legend, and each anomaly in construction, metallurgy, or navigation adds a thread to a tapestry that hints at a civilization far ahead of its time. Whether or not every detail is accurate, the cumulative picture is one of a people who achieved mastery over the natural and perhaps even cosmic forces, a civilization whose disappearance represents one of the most tantalizing mysteries in human history. Ultimately, Mu's forbidden technologies are emblematic of a broader theme: the lost potential of a civilization that dared to know more than its contemporaries. From advanced metallurgy and monumental architecture to maritime mastery and agricultural innovation, the echoes of Mu's ingenuity challenge our understanding of the past. They suggest that the history we accept may be only part of the story, with entire chapters hidden beneath oceans, encoded in symbols, myths, and the very DNA of our civilizations. The forbidden knowledge of Mu, real or imagined, continues to inspire awe, curiosity, and the unending quest to uncover humanity's hidden history. While Mu's physical remnants may lie beneath the ocean, its spiritual and philosophical legacy could be even more enduring. Accounts from Churchward, later researchers, and oral traditions suggest that the civilization of Mu was not only technologically advanced but also deeply attuned to the spiritual and cosmic dimensions of existence. Temples and sacred spaces were reportedly designed not only for practical use but to facilitate meditation, cosmic observation, and communion with unseen forces. This blend of science and spirituality, technology married to philosophy, may have been what set Mu apart from other civilizations of its time, and why its knowledge was considered forbidden, hidden, or dangerous. According to legend, Mu's priests and sages were keepers of knowledge that integrated astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and ethics. They were said to understand the cycles of the cosmos, the rhythms of the earth, and the delicate interplay between the physical and spiritual worlds. Temples were oriented to align with solstices, equinoxes, and the movements of planets and stars. This precision suggests a society capable of observing celestial patterns, predicting natural events, and embedding this knowledge into ritual and architecture. In this way, Mu's spiritual practices were inseparable from its scientific understanding, creating a holistic worldview that connected human life to the cosmos in ways modern civilization is only beginning to explore. Central to Mu's philosophy, according to Churchward, was the concept of harmony and balance. The people were believed to strive for alignment with natural and cosmic laws, emphasizing ethical conduct, communal responsibility, and spiritual enlightenment. This holistic approach influenced every aspect of life, from governance and education to agriculture and architecture. Knowledge was considered sacred, and the misuse of science or technology was thought to carry moral consequences. Some researchers argue that this philosophy may have influenced later civilizations in Asia, the Pacific, and even the Americas, transmitted through survivors who carried Mu's ethical and spiritual teachings to new lands. Mu's religion, as described in esoteric accounts, appears to have been symbolic and deeply layered. Deities represented cosmic principles rather than anthropomorphic figures, emphasizing forces such as creation, destruction, and transformation. Rituals were designed to harmonize individuals with these universal forces, promoting awareness of cycles in nature, human life, and the heavens. The recurring motifs of the serpent, lotus, and cross, symbols of wisdom, rebirth, and balance, may reflect these spiritual teachings, encoded in visual form to preserve the knowledge across generations and geographies. These symbols, found in distant cultures, hint at a shared spiritual heritage potentially rooted in Mu. Healing and medicine also played a crucial role in Mu's wisdom tradition. Churchward claimed that the inhabitants had an advanced understanding of herbal remedies, energy channels, and holistic health, integrating physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Some of these practices may have informed early Ayurveda in India, traditional Chinese medicine, and Polynesian healing techniques. If Mu survivors carried such knowledge across the oceans, they may have influenced the development of health and spiritual practices in civilizations far removed from their homeland. The implication is profound. A civilization lost to the waves may have seeded wisdom that underpins human culture even today. Moreover, Mu's spiritual knowledge reportedly encompassed principles of energy, vibration, and consciousness that remain mysterious. Temples and sacred spaces were carefully constructed to resonate with natural frequencies, amplifying sound, light, or geomagnetic energy. Some theorists suggest that these spaces were used for meditation, rituals, and perhaps even experiments with consciousness, allowing practitioners to connect with universal laws or cosmic intelligence. While evidence is scarce and much is speculative, the consistent references to such practices across myths and legends suggest a coherent tradition, passed from Mu survivors to the cultures they influenced. This combination of spiritual, ethical, and scientific wisdom may explain why Mu civilization was considered forbidden or dangerous by later societies. Knowledge of cosmic forces, advanced medicine, and holistic understanding could easily be misused if it fell into the wrong hands. Perhaps this is why so little concrete evidence remains, survivors may have intentionally concealed certain practices, embedding them instead in myth, ritual, and symbolic art to preserve them safely across generations. In this sense, Mu's wisdom was not lost. It was encoded, hidden in plain sight, awaiting the moment humanity would be ready to understand it. The spiritual dimension of Mu also illuminates the persistent allure of the continent in human imagination. Unlike purely material civilizations, whose influence fades with the collapse of cities, Mu's ethical and cosmic principles could survive indefinitely, carried in stories, rituals, and symbols. From the temples of India to the pyramids of Central America, echoes of Mu's philosophy may have been transmitted silently, influencing architecture, cosmology, and cultural values. Even if the land itself vanished, the spirit of Mu endured, offering a blueprint for human potential, harmony, and enlightenment. Ultimately, the spiritual wisdom of Mu challenges our assumptions about ancient civilizations. It suggests that true advancement was not merely technological but holistic, integrating ethics, science, art, and philosophy. The alleged knowledge of Mu, its temples, rituals, symbols, and moral frameworks, offers a vision of a civilization that understood the interconnectedness of all things. While much remains speculative, the evidence in myths, symbols, and traditions worldwide paints a compelling picture. Mu may have been not only a lost land but a beacon of knowledge, a civilization whose lessons continue to resonate across time and space. No story of Mu would be complete without examining the fierce debates surrounding its existence. For over a century, scholars, explorers, and enthusiasts have clashed over whether Mu is history, myth, or a blend of both. Mainstream archaeologists, historians, and geologists largely dismiss Mu as a legend, citing the lack of definitive physical evidence and the absence of Mu in credible historical records. They argue that ancient flood myths, myths of sunken lands, and unusual architectural structures can be explained through cultural diffusion, human imagination, or natural geological processes. From their perspective, Mu is a captivating story but ultimately a cautionary tale about reading too much into fragmented or coincidental evidence. Yet for every skeptic, there is a believer willing to look beyond conventional explanations. Advocates of forbidden archaeology, alternative history, and comparative mythology argue that the absence of evidence does not prove absence. They highlight anomalies in submerged landscapes, unexplained megalithic structures, and ancient maps like those of Piri Reis as tantalizing hints of a lost civilization. Oral traditions, myths, and symbols are treated as credible records of historical memory, passed down through generations with remarkable consistency. Believers contend that mainstream science often dismisses such evidence prematurely, constrained by paradigms that cannot accommodate a sunken continent predating known civilizations. The divide between skeptics and believers often centers on methodology. Conventional scholars demand empirical proof, carbon-dated ruins, consistent stratigraphy, and artifacts that can be reliably traced to a specific civilization. Meanwhile, proponents of Mu argue that much of the evidence has been destroyed or hidden by the ocean itself. The Pacific Basin is vast and largely unexplored. Submerged cities, artifacts, and geological traces could lie under thousands of feet of water and sediment. When such anomalies are found, they are often discounted or interpreted as natural formations. This methodological tension fuels ongoing controversy and keeps the debate alive. Skeptics point to natural explanations for many of the so-called evidence sites. The Yonaguni Monument, for example, is often described as a human-made step pyramid, but geologists suggest it is a naturally occurring rock formation shaped by tectonic forces and erosion. Similarly, terraces and stone structures in Micronesia and Indonesia may be remnants of later civilizations or natural phenomena interpreted as megalithic works. Critics argue that the allure of Mu can lead to confirmation bias, where researchers see patterns and connections that may not exist. Yet believers counter that these natural explanations fail to account for the scale, precision, and recurring symbolism that suggest intentional human design. Another point of contention is timing. Skeptics argue that civilizations like those of Polynesia, Mesoamerica, and Southeast Asia developed independently, without a shared ancestral civilization like Mu. They cite archaeological timelines, radiocarbon dating, and linguistic evidence to support this view. Believers, however, point to anomalies in these timelines, evidence of sudden leaps in architectural, astronomical, and navigational knowledge, as indicators of external influence. Could these advancements be traces of Mu's dispersed survivors teaching, guiding, or inspiring nascent civilizations? For proponents, these inconsistencies hint at a hidden chapter of human history deliberately erased or forgotten. the debate is further complicated by controversial sources. Churchward's Narkle tablets, for instance, remain unverified and are often dismissed as fabrications or misinterpretations. Yet his descriptions of Mu align, in many ways, with anomalies observed in the Pacific and references in various ancient texts. Similarly, the interpretation of symbols like the serpent, lotus, and cross as evidence of Mu's influence is debated, with skeptics attributing them to convergent evolution in art and spirituality. These disputes reveal the challenges of reconstructing a civilization from fragments of myth, legend, and partial archaeological evidence. Despite these controversies, the debate itself has value. It pushes researchers to explore uncharted territories, question accepted timelines, and consider the possibility that human history may be more complex than textbooks suggest. It also highlights the limitations of conventional scholarship in explaining anomalies that defy easy categorization. Whether Mu is ultimately proven real or remains a myth, the controversy keeps the story alive, inspiring exploration, critical thinking, and the search for hidden truths beneath the waves and within the legends of the world. Interestingly, the debate is not purely academic. It has cultural and psychological dimensions. Belief in Mu taps into a fascination with lost knowledge, secret civilizations, and the idea that humanity may have achieved greatness long before recorded history. Skepticism, meanwhile, reflects a cautious approach rooted in evidence, methodology, and the desire to prevent pseudo-history from misleading the public. Both perspectives serve as a mirror for our collective understanding of history, science, and the unknown. The tension between these views fuels curiosity, driving both professional researchers and amateur explorers to seek answers, sometimes in the most remote corners of the globe. In the end, the controversy over Mu mirrors the broader mystery itself. A civilization purportedly advanced beyond its time, erased from physical record yet preserved in myth, legend, and scattered anomalies, challenges our assumptions about what is possible. Skeptics remind us to question and demand proof, while believers urge us to keep our minds open to the extraordinary. This ongoing debate ensures that Mu remains more than just a story. It is a living mystery, one that continues to captivate imaginations, spark research, and beckon adventurers to explore the boundaries of history, archaeology, and human potential. The quest to uncover Mu has driven adventurers, archaeologists, and oceanographers into some of the most remote and challenging regions of the Pacific. Modern technology, sonar mapping, submersibles, remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and satellite imaging has allowed researchers to explore depths that were once unreachable, offering glimpses of structures and formations that may hint at a lost civilization. From the terraces of Yonaguni to the mysterious channels of Nan Madol, every expedition brings tantalizing fragments of evidence, fueling speculation, debate, and the unending allure of the forbidden history of Mu. Diving into the Pacific is a test of both skill and patience. The vastness of the ocean, unpredictable currents, and the difficulty of locating submerged ruins make the search for Mu a formidable challenge. Yet over the last few decades, several teams have documented anomalies that resist easy explanation. At Yonaguni, divers describe terraces, steps, and platforms that suggest deliberate construction rather than natural formation. Some formations align with cardinal directions, and certain features resemble architectural elements such as roads, walls, and pyramids. These observations have sparked heated debate in scientific journals, yet the allure of a lost civilization persists. Nan Madol, often called the Venice of the Pacific, represents another focal point for expeditions. Researchers have studied the enormous basalt blocks used to build the city, many weighing several tons, and the intricate canal system connecting artificial islets. While mainstream archaeology attributes the site to the Sordala dynasty, around 1,200 years ago, some theorists argue that the city may rest atop older foundations. Submerged terraces, unusual stone placements, and aligned structures hint at a far earlier construction, potentially connecting to the dispersed survivors of Mu. Each dive into the lagoon reveals a glimpse of a civilization that mastered engineering and urban planning on a scale that rivals the achievements of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Technological advances have revolutionized the search. Sonar scanning can map the seafloor with astonishing detail, revealing patterns and formations invisible to the naked eye. Submersibles equipped with cameras and manipulator arms allow researchers to examine anomalies up close, documenting structures and artifacts without disturbing the fragile environment. Satellite imagery has also played a role, helping to identify underwater terraces, submerged plateaus, and ancient riverbeds that could indicate previous landmasses. While none of these discoveries provide indisputable proof of Mu, They offer tantalizing clues that keep the search alive and justify further exploration. Modern expeditions also focus on correlating archaeological findings with myths and legends. Researchers compare flood stories, sunken lands, and migratory legends from Pacific Islands, Asia, and the Americas with the locations of underwater anomalies. Some patterns emerge. Structures appear in regions where oral traditions speak of lost lands, providing a tantalizing intersection between physical evidence and cultural memory. While skeptics caution that such correlations may be coincidental, proponents argue that the repeated alignments across vast distances suggest a historical truth encoded in both myth and geology. Challenges remain. The Pacific Ocean is unforgiving. Storms, currents, and visibility issues often disrupt dives, and many potential sites lie beneath hundreds of meters of water. Sedimentation, volcanic activity, and tectonic shifts over thousands of years may have destroyed or buried evidence, leaving only fragments. Funding is another obstacle. Underwater archaeology is expensive, and many institutions hesitate to invest in research that mainstream science considers speculative. Despite these hurdles, a dedicated community of explorers continues to pursue the mystery, driven by the possibility that the lost continent of Mu may one day reveal its secrets. Expeditions are also uncovering unexpected connections between distant sites. Similarities in construction techniques, the use of large stone blocks, and the alignment of structures with celestial events hint at a shared knowledge base. Some researchers propose that these features indicate a network of colonies or outposts maintained by Mu survivors. While each site can be studied independently, the broader pattern suggests a civilization with sophisticated urban planning, maritime capability, and cultural coherence. The notion that Mu could have influenced multiple regions of the Pacific adds a layer of intrigue that fuels both academic research and popular fascination. The human element of these expeditions is also compelling. Divers and researchers recount moments of awe, swimming over terraces that may have been walked by a civilization lost to history, observing carvings or structural patterns that challenge conventional timelines, and navigating canals that could have guided the movement of people and goods. These experiences create a powerful connection to the past, reinforcing the belief that Mu, whether fully real or partially myth, left a tangible imprint on the world. For many explorers, the search is not only about proving the existence of Mu but about reconnecting with the broader story of human civilization and its hidden chapters. Ultimately, modern expeditions demonstrate both the difficulty and the allure of finding Mu. Every dive, sonar scan, and remote exploration adds a piece to the puzzle, even if that piece is ambiguous. The evidence may never be complete, but each discovery deepens the mystery, reminding us that the Pacific Ocean may conceal far more history than textbooks acknowledge. In a world where the oceans cover more than 70% of the planet, the possibility of lost civilizations lurking beneath the waves is not just a fantasy. It is a legitimate area of inquiry, blending archaeology, mythology, and cutting-edge technology in the pursuit of one of humanity's most enduring mysteries. The ongoing search for Mu embodies the thrill of discovery, the persistence of human curiosity, and the tantalizing idea that history is far richer and more complex than we are taught. Modern expeditions, combining technology, courage, and imagination, may one day illuminate the truth behind a civilization erased from memory but preserved in myth, symbols, and, perhaps, submerged stone beneath the Pacific waves. Until then, the quest continues, a story of adventure, intrigue, and the enduring human desire to uncover what has been lost. The implications of Mu's existence, if proven, would be nothing short of revolutionary. For centuries, historians and archaeologists have constructed a linear view of human civilization, tracing progress from primitive hunter-gatherers to advanced societies in Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, and the Americas. Yet the possibility of a lost continent like Mu challenges the very foundation of this narrative. If Mu existed, it suggests that humanity's story is far older, more complex, and far more interconnected than conventional history admits. The idea of an advanced civilization predating known societies would force a re-evaluation of timelines, cultural diffusion, and the origins of human ingenuity. One of the most profound implications is the reconsideration of technological development. If Mu's people possessed advanced tools, metallurgy, architecture, and energy knowledge, it could mean that humanity achieved sophistication long before the civilizations traditionally credited with such advancements. Artifacts, megalithic constructions, and myths scattered across the Pacific, Asia, and the Americas may not represent independent inventions but rather the legacy of a single, highly advanced civilization. Such a revelation would not only reshape our understanding of human innovation but also challenge assumptions about the limits of prehistoric societies. Cultural and spiritual implications are equally significant. The transmission of myths, symbols, and religious practices across continents may reflect the influence of Mu survivors. Flood stories, cosmological alignments, and ritualistic practices may not be isolated phenomena but remnants of a shared ancestral culture. If true, this could explain striking similarities in architecture, language, and religious symbolism across distant civilizations, from Central America to Southeast Asia. Understanding Mu's cultural impact could illuminate how knowledge, beliefs, and technology spread across the ancient world, offering insights into human cognition, creativity, and social organization. The potential existence of Mu also challenges assumptions about human resilience and adaptability. A civilization capable of surviving cataclysmic events, dispersing across oceans, and transmitting knowledge to distant regions demonstrates remarkable ingenuity and adaptability. It underscores the capacity of human societies to endure, migrate, and influence the world even after experiencing catastrophic loss. This perspective reframes our understanding of ancient peoples, not as isolated or primitive, but as highly capable and innovative actors in shaping global history. Geological and environmental history could also be reconsidered. The sinking of a continent would require massive tectonic shifts, volcanic activity, or oceanic upheaval, suggesting that Earth's history is far more dynamic than previously thought. Studying the remnants of Mu, its potential influence on coastal civilizations, and the myths of catastrophic floods could provide valuable insights into ancient climate events, sea level changes, and natural disasters. In this sense, Mu is not only a historical or archaeological question but also a geological and environmental puzzle, one that could deepen our understanding of how humans interacted with a volatile planet. Furthermore, the implications extend to the philosophy of knowledge itself. The idea of forbidden technology, advanced spiritual wisdom, and holistic understanding carried by Mu implies that knowledge can be lost, concealed, or deliberately hidden for reasons that transcend mere survival. If true, it invites us to reconsider the sources of human knowledge, the transmission of wisdom across generations, and the potential for ancient civilizations to possess insights far ahead of their time. Mu, in this context, becomes a symbol of the fragility and resilience of human understanding, a civilization erased from history yet alive in memory, myth, and scattered clues. The potential discovery of Mu would also inspire a reassessment of archaeological methodology. Mainstream science has often dismissed anomalies, out-of-place artifacts, and oral traditions as coincidences or misinterpretations. Yet Mu's case suggests that such evidence may contain valuable insights, awaiting interpretation through a more holistic and interdisciplinary approach. Archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, and oceanography would need to collaborate more closely, embracing both empirical evidence and the careful study of myths and cultural memory. Such an approach could transform how we investigate other lost civilizations and reinterpret the traces of human history scattered across the globe. Finally, the discovery of Mu has profound implications for human identity. If humanity's past includes a sophisticated, spiritually and technologically advanced civilization that predates recorded history, it challenges the narratives of progress, superiority, and inevitability that shape modern thought. Recognizing Mu as part of our collective heritage would encourage a deeper appreciation for the ingenuity, resilience, and creativity of our ancestors. It also fosters a sense of connection across cultures, revealing shared origins, migrations, and legacies that transcend modern borders. In essence, Mu is not just a lost continent. It is a lens through which we can better understand the potential, the achievements, and the hidden depths of human civilization. The story of Mu compels us to question everything we thought we knew about history. From the myths passed down through generations to the submerged structures resting on ocean floors, every piece of evidence, no matter how controversial, invites us to rethink our understanding of human origins, achievements, and possibilities. The implications of Mu extend beyond archaeology and mythology. They touch on technology, philosophy, spirituality, and even our sense of identity. To acknowledge Mu is to open the door to a history far richer, more complex, and far more mysterious than textbooks have ever admitted. Ultimately, whether Mu is proven or remains a tantalizing legend, the exploration of its potential reshapes our curiosity, challenges accepted knowledge, and inspires a quest to uncover humanity's lost chapters. The implications for human history are staggering. A civilization erased from memory yet preserved in myth, technology, and scattered traces, waiting for discovery, understanding, and perhaps a re-evaluation of what it truly means to be human. The disappearance of Mu from history is not merely a matter of geological catastrophe. It may also involve deliberate suppression, collective forgetting, and the politics of history itself. For centuries, civilizations have controlled knowledge, preserving certain narratives while discarding or rewriting others. The story of Mu, with its advanced technology, spiritual wisdom, and catastrophic destruction, may have been inconvenient for those shaping historical records. If evidence of Mu's existence challenged established power structures, religious authorities, or cultural narratives, it could explain why references to the continent gradually disappeared from texts, maps, and mainstream scholarship. Historical erasure is not unprecedented. Countless civilizations, from the Library of Alexandria to the Mayan codices burned during European conquest, have seen their knowledge lost, intentionally destroyed, or ignored. In such contexts, Mu could have been systematically erased from collective memory, its stories relegated to myth, legend, or forbidden texts. Churchward argued that powerful elites in ancient societies had both the motive and the means to suppress the history of Mu, fearing that knowledge of its achievements might destabilize existing religious, political, or social hierarchies. If Mu's technology or philosophy was far ahead of its time, those who survived may have chosen discretion, embedding knowledge in myths rather than leaving it in accessible records. Myth-making itself can act as a form of suppression. By converting history into allegory, the memory of Mu could survive while remaining obscured. Flood stories, sunken continents, and legendary migrations may have encoded truth in ways accessible only to those who knew how to interpret the symbols. Oral traditions, rituals, and symbolic art allowed knowledge to persist without revealing its full scope to outsiders. In this sense, Mu was never entirely forgotten. It was deliberately disguised, transformed into narrative layers that required interpretation, insight, or esoteric learning to decode. Geopolitical and cultural shifts may also have contributed to Mu's erasure. As civilizations rose and fell, the memory of a distant Pacific continent may have lost relevance or credibility. The survivors of Mu, dispersed across islands and continents, would have integrated into other societies, passing on fragments of their knowledge while losing the broader historical context. Over generations, myths could become the dominant narrative, while factual history faded. By the time modern explorers began looking for Mu, centuries of oral distortion, misinterpretation, and selective preservation had already obscured much of the evidence. Suppression may not have been purely deliberate. It could also have been an unintended consequence of natural and social forces. The ocean itself is a powerful agent of forgetting, capable of submerging cities, erasing structures, and scattering artifacts. Combined with human factors, migration, war, and cultural assimilation, the memory of Mu could have been gradually buried, leaving only fragments in myth, symbolic art, and scattered archaeological anomalies. This dual erasure, both natural and cultural, makes the search for Mu extraordinarily challenging, while simultaneously adding to its mystique. There are also psychological factors at play. The idea of a lost civilization with forbidden knowledge challenges deeply held assumptions about human progress and history. Societies tend to favor narratives that reinforce established hierarchies and timelines. A continent like Mu, with evidence of advanced technology and spiritual understanding, disrupts the accepted linear progression of civilization, threatening conventional scholarly authority. By recasting Mu as myth, legend, or era, historical authorities could maintain their narrative control, shaping public perception and discouraging alternative interpretations. In this sense, Mu's erasure was both a practical and ideological act. Even in modern times, the politics of knowledge continue to influence what is studied, funded, or publicized. Expeditions searching for Mu often face skepticism, limited funding, and resistance from mainstream academic institutions. The ocean is vast, evidence is fragmentary, and controversy invites caution. Yet the very obstacles encountered by researchers echo the historical pattern. Knowledge of Mu remains tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach, obscured by the tides of time, culture, and institutional gatekeeping. This modern suppression mirrors the ancient forces that may have originally hidden Mu, emphasizing the difficulty of separating myth from reality. Ultimately, the erasure of Mu illustrates the fragility of human memory and the complex interplay between history, myth, and power. A civilization so advanced that it could be considered forbidden may have been deliberately hidden, partially lost to natural disasters, and reframed in legends to preserve essential knowledge without revealing its full scope. By understanding the forces that contributed to Mu's disappearance from historical records, We gain insight not only into the lost continent itself but also into the broader dynamics of how human societies remember, forget, and control knowledge. Mu's disappearance challenges us to look critically at history and consider what may have been intentionally concealed or overlooked. The suppression of knowledge is not unique to this civilization, but the sheer scale of the mystery surrounding Mu magnifies its significance. It reminds us that history is not merely a record of events but a narrative shaped by social, political, and cultural forces. In uncovering Mu, we are not only searching for a sunken continent, we are confronting the enduring question of who controls history, what is remembered, and what is lost to the tides of time. Mu's presence may not be confined to the Pacific Ocean alone. Hints of its legacy appear across the globe in myths, stories, and cultural echoes that suggest a shared memory of a lost civilization. From the Americas to Asia, from Africa to Oceania, legends speak of sunken lands, great floods, and civilizations of extraordinary knowledge and power. While skeptics dismiss these tales as coincidence or myth-making, proponents argue that patterns in these stories point to a real historical origin, perhaps the dispersed influence of Mu. Across cultures, recurring motifs, serpents, cosmic alignment, advanced knowledge, and cataclysmic destruction suggest that Mu's impact may have transcended geography, leaving behind a tapestry of cultural memory that continues to intrigue scholars and adventurers alike. In the Americas, for example, flood myths abound. The story of a great deluge in the Epic of Gilgamesh finds echoes in Native American traditions, such as the Hopi and Cherokee narratives. Similarly, legends of Atlantis and other sunken lands may not be purely imaginative. They could preserve memories of a real, now lost civilization like Mu. Proponents argue that the similarities between these myths, geographical displacements, catastrophic floods, moral lessons, and advanced knowledge, suggest they may stem from a common historical source. Could Mu's destruction, spread across generations through storytelling, have inspired these narratives, encoding historical truths in symbolic form for posterity? In Asia, the similarities are striking. Ancient Indian texts, particularly the Vedas and Puranas, describe continents and civilizations destroyed by floods, earthquakes, and cosmic upheavals. These accounts often speak of advanced knowledge, city planning, and spiritual wisdom, paralleling the claims made about Mu. Likewise, Pacific Island cultures preserve oral histories of distant lands, lost civilizations, and ancestral migrations across vast oceans. These stories, transmitted through generations, may retain fragments of truth about Mu's existence, particularly its maritime prowess and the dispersion of its survivors. The persistence of these legends across thousands of miles and centuries hints at a shared memory that resists erasure. Even in Europe and the Mediterranean, traces of Mu may be discerned. Greek myths, Egyptian inscriptions, and Babylonian texts recount advanced civilizations predating the accepted historical record, often lost to cataclysms. Piri race map, showing coastlines that appear to correspond with land now submerged, supports the possibility that ancient mariners had knowledge of sunken territories. While conventional interpretations suggest errors or coincidence, alternative theorists see a consistent narrative emerging. A civilization advanced in navigation, architecture, and philosophy once existed, leaving a legacy encoded in myth, map, and monument alike. Africa, too, carries potential echoes of Mu. In various West African oral traditions, there are tales of advanced societies lost to the waters or to human conflict, often with remarkable sophistication in governance, architecture, and spiritual practice. While mainstream historians attribute these stories to local events or cultural embellishment, believers suggest that they may preserve elements of knowledge passed on from refugees of Mu, who integrated into new societies after its catastrophic collapse. These cultural threads, when woven together, reveal a pattern suggesting that Mu's influence may have been global, even if its physical presence has been erased from the map. Linguistic patterns further hint at a shared origin. Certain symbols, words, and linguistic structures appear across widely separated cultures, often associated with advanced knowledge or spiritual concepts. While conventional linguistics attributes this to coincidence, convergence, or diffusion, proponents of Mu theory argue that these patterns reflect the movement of people and ideas from a central origin, potentially the lost continent itself. The echoes of Mu may have persisted not only in stories and symbols but also in the very way people communicated, preserving fragments of forgotten wisdom across generations. Archaeological anomalies provide additional support for the theory of a global influence. Megalithic constructions, precise alignments with celestial events, and sophisticated engineering appear in distant regions with striking similarity. From stone circles in Europe to pyramidal structures in Central America, and the terraces of the Pacific Islands, these achievements may represent fragments of a shared knowledge base originating with Mu. While independent development cannot be ruled out, the repeated patterns and similarities suggest a connection that conventional history struggles to explain. The convergence of myths, linguistic echoes, and architectural anomalies creates a compelling argument. Mu's influence may have been far-reaching, even if the continent itself vanished beneath the waves. These global legends do not offer definitive proof, but they provide tantalizing hints that a lost civilization, advanced in both technology and spirituality, once shaped the human story on a planetary scale. The cultural imprint of Mu, scattered across continents and centuries, challenges the notion of isolated civilizations, suggesting instead a connected, sophisticated network of human knowledge that has been partially forgotten but never entirely erased. Ultimately, the global legends that may trace back to Mu illustrate how human memory preserves fragments of lost history. Flood stories, sunken lands, advanced societies, and moral lessons, all recurring motifs across continents, suggest that Mu's story was remembered, adapted, and encoded in diverse cultural traditions. Whether viewed as myth, allegory, or historical memory, these echoes offer a tantalizing glimpse of a civilization that may have shaped the world far more profoundly than previously imagined. In following these threads across continents, researchers and enthusiasts continue to piece together a portrait of Mu, a civilization lost in time yet alive in the stories and traditions of humanity itself. One of the most compelling arguments for the existence of Mu comes from the scientific anomalies and geological evidence scattered across the Pacific and surrounding regions. Geologists, oceanographers, and climatologists have long studied the seabed and continental shelves, uncovering submerged plateaus, terraces, and unusual formations that hint at land once above water. While mainstream interpretations often attribute these features to tectonic shifts, volcanic activity, or natural erosion, alternative researchers suggest that some formations may represent the remnants of an advanced civilization now lost to the ocean. The notion that Mu could have existed is not purely speculative. The physical evidence beneath the waves provides tantalizing clues that warrant further investigation. Sonar mapping of the Pacific seafloor has revealed anomalies that defy easy explanation. Flat terraces, straight lines, and geometric patterns appear in regions where natural geological processes would typically produce random formations. In some areas, such as near the Bonin Islands and off the coast of Japan, researchers have noted submerged plateaus that resemble artificial landmasses, complete with what could be interpreted as roads, walls, and foundations. These features, lying hundreds of meters underwater, suggest the possibility of an advanced civilization whose cities and infrastructure were swallowed by rising seas or tectonic activity thousands of years ago. Tectonic and volcanic activity in the Pacific provides a plausible mechanism for Mu's disappearance. The Pacific Ring of Fire, with its frequent earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, has shaped the region over millennia. A sudden or catastrophic event, massive earthquakes, subsidence of continental crust, or volcanic collapse, could have submerged large portions of land, erasing entire civilizations in a geological instant. Churchward and other proponents of Mu argue that such cataclysmic events align with myths of great floods, sunken continents, and the destruction of advanced civilizations, suggesting that natural forces may have concealed Mu while preserving its traces in submerged structures and geological anomalies. Evidence from sediment cores and underwater geological surveys adds further intrigue. Layers of sediment, shifted by tsunamis or sudden flooding, often contain unusual artifacts, pottery shards, and even traces of ancient human activity. While mainstream geologists may attribute these findings to later civilizations, alternative researchers argue that some evidence points to far older, previously unknown settlements that may have existed on a continent now lost beneath the waves. These anomalies, combined with oral histories and myths of sunken lands, form a multidisciplinary puzzle that continues to fascinate scientists and adventurers alike. In addition to submerged landforms, researchers have explored patterns in magnetic and gravitational anomalies that could indicate human alteration of the landscape. Certain regions show regular, linear features inconsistent with natural geology, hinting at artificial construction. While such evidence is not conclusive, the recurrence of these patterns across different sites strengthens the case for a civilization with the capability to manipulate the environment on a grand scale. These findings, if verified, would challenge conventional assumptions about the technological capabilities of ancient humans and suggest that Mu's society may have been far more advanced than previously imagined. Some geologists have also pointed to the timing of sea level rise following the last ice age as a critical factor. Between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago, global sea levels rose dramatically, inundating low-lying coastal regions worldwide. If Mu existed during this period, entire cities and infrastructure could have been submerged, leaving behind only fragments detectable by underwater surveys. Rising seas could also explain why no landmass corresponding to Mu appears on modern maps. Its remnants lie hidden beneath hundreds of meters of water, accessible only through careful exploration and advanced technology. The scientific anomalies supporting Mu are complemented by unusual archaeological finds. Megalithic structures on islands like Yap, Palau, and Micronesia suggest construction techniques that defy easy explanation. Massive basalt and coral blocks, precisely cut and transported over long distances, indicate engineering knowledge that seems advanced for the time. Some theorists posit that these islands were part of a larger network established by Mu survivors, with architectural knowledge passed down and adapted over generations. These anomalies bridge geology, archaeology, and myth, reinforcing the possibility that Mu was not merely legend but a civilization rooted in tangible reality. Despite the challenges in interpreting this evidence, scientific inquiry into Mu continues to expand. Advancements in sonar mapping, submersibles, and remote sensing technology allow researchers to explore areas once inaccessible. Every anomaly, submerged plateau, or geometric formation uncovered adds to the growing intrigue, keeping the possibility of Mu alive. While skepticism is warranted, the combination of geological, archaeological, and mythological evidence forms a compelling case for continued exploration. Ultimately, the scientific mysteries surrounding Mu remind us that the Earth's history may hold more secrets than we currently understand. Submerged continents, cataclysmic events, and anomalous structures suggest that human civilization may have experienced advanced societies long before the civilizations recorded in textbooks. Mu, hidden beneath the Pacific waves, challenges our understanding of geology, archaeology, and history, inspiring researchers to question what has been lost, overlooked, or deliberately forgotten. The evidence may be fragmented, but the story of Mu is etched in stone, sediment, and myth, waiting for the day it can be fully revealed. The search for Mu is far from a relic of the past. It is an ongoing quest, a modern odyssey that continues to captivate archaeologists, oceanographers, adventurers, and amateur explorers alike. Across the Pacific and beyond, teams equipped with cutting-edge technology, intuition, and unyielding determination are chasing the traces of a civilization that may have vanished thousands of years ago. The hunt is as much about uncovering history as it is about confronting the limits of human knowledge, challenging our understanding of ancient technology, culture, and the resilience of societies that came before us. Modern researchers employ a combination of tools to explore potential Mu sites. Sonar mapping of the seabed can reveal terraces, platforms, and geometric patterns that hint at artificial construction. Submersibles and remotely operated vehicles allow divers to access depths that would have been unreachable just decades ago, providing real-time images of submerged anomalies and potential artifacts. Satellite imagery and aerial surveys complement these efforts, helping scientists identify patterns, ancient riverbeds, and submerged landforms that may have once been the foundations of cities, temples, or roads. The integration of multiple disciplines, archaeology, geology, oceanography, and mythology, is essential in piecing together the puzzle of a civilization lost beneath the waves. Expeditions often face formidable challenges. The Pacific Ocean is vast, its currents unpredictable, its depths treacherous. Storms, poor visibility, and shifting sediments can obscure potential evidence, while the remoteness of some sites makes logistics and funding difficult. Yet these obstacles have not deterred researchers. Each dive and survey carries the promise of discovery, and even small finds, a carved stone, a submerged terrace, or an anomaly on a sonar scan, can spark decades of speculation and inspire new expeditions. The quest for Mu is as much about perseverance as it is about uncovering concrete proof. The human stories behind these quests are compelling. Explorers recount moments of or when swimming over terraces that may have once been streets, or when observing structures aligned with cardinal directions and celestial events. Some speak of an almost spiritual connection with the past, feeling the weight of a civilization erased from maps yet alive in memory and myth. These experiences underscore the enduring allure of Mu. It is a civilization that challenges both imagination and intellect, demanding that researchers confront mysteries that may never be fully solved. Collaboration between disciplines has become crucial. Anthropologists compare myths and oral traditions from distant cultures to identify recurring motifs that may trace back to Mu. Linguists examine symbols, language patterns, and iconography that could provide clues about cultural diffusion. Geologists and oceanographers analyze submerged plateaus, sediment cores, and tectonic activity to reconstruct the continent's possible topography and catastrophic destruction. The synthesis of these diverse fields allows researchers to approach Mu not as an isolated legend but as a multifaceted historical puzzle, one that spans continents, millennia, and disciplines. Despite advances in technology and methodology, the evidence remains tantalizingly incomplete. Some sites, like Yonaguni in Japan and Nan Madol in Micronesia, offer remarkable hints of human intervention, yet mainstream science often interprets them as natural formations. Other anomalies, found via sonar mapping or deep-sea exploration, remain unexplored due to logistical constraints or lack of funding. Yet the gaps in evidence do not diminish the allure of the search. If anything, they intensify it, creating a sense of anticipation and urgency among those dedicated to uncovering Mu's secrets. The quest for Mu also captures the imagination of the public. Documentaries, books, and online forums keep the mystery alive, inspiring amateur explorers and professional researchers alike. This cultural fascination underscores a deeper human desire, the pursuit of knowledge that challenges assumptions, the thrill of discovery, and the allure of uncovering a history deliberately hidden or forgotten. Mu represents more than a lost continent. It embodies the quest for understanding the unknown, for connecting with the past in ways that conventional history cannot fully explain. Importantly, the ongoing hunt reflects the evolving nature of archaeology and history. In the past, exploration was limited by technology, bias, and accessibility. Today, multidisciplinary teams can combine historical analysis, mythological research, and scientific investigation to explore areas once deemed unreachable. Every expedition, even if it yields only fragments, contributes to a growing body of knowledge that keeps the question of Mu alive. It demonstrates that human curiosity, ingenuity, and persistence are as vital in uncovering lost civilizations as the artifacts and structures themselves. Ultimately, the ongoing quest for Mu is a testament to humanity's fascination with its own origins and the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. Whether researchers are diving beneath the Pacific waves, analyzing myths across continents, or studying geological anomalies, they are united by a common goal: to piece together the story of a civilization erased from maps but preserved in memory, myth, and stone. The search for Mu is far from over, and every new discovery, every anomaly observed, brings us closer to understanding a chapter of human history that challenges everything we thought we knew. The hunt continues, fueled by curiosity, technology, and the enduring question: could a civilization as advanced as Mu have truly existed, only to vanish from the face of the Earth? For those dedicated to the search, the answer is worth every dive, every expedition, and every sleepless night spent deciphering the tantalizing clues left behind in myth, legend, and the hidden corners of our world. Mu remains elusive, but the quest ensures that its story, real, imagined, or somewhere in between, will endure, inspiring generations of explorers and thinkers to follow the trail of a civilization lost to time but never forgotten. As our journey through the mysteries of Mu comes to a close, the weight of what we have explored becomes undeniable. We have traveled across oceans and millennia, delved into myths and legends, examined submerged terraces and megalithic structures, and questioned the very foundations of human history. From the tantalizing accounts of Churchward's Narkle tablets to the controversial underwater discoveries at Yonaguni and Nan Madol, every piece of evidence, every story, every anomaly points to a civilization that may have existed far earlier and more advanced than textbooks have ever admitted. Mu, whether fully real or partially myth, forces us to confront uncomfortable truths. The past we think we know may only be a fraction of what truly occurred. The implications of Mu ripple far beyond academic debate. If Mu existed, it challenges the notion of linear human progress, suggesting that advanced civilizations may have risen and fallen long before the dawn of recorded history. It compels us to reconsider the origins of human ingenuity, the transmission of knowledge across oceans and continents, and the resilience of societies faced with cataclysmic events. Every myth, legend, and anomaly we have examined gains new significance. These are not merely stories passed down through generations, but possible echoes of a civilization so advanced that it could leave its imprint across cultures, technologies, and belief systems. Perhaps most striking is the way Mu forces us to question the reliability of the historical record itself. Histories are not simply collections of facts, they are narratives shaped by power, perspective, and circumstance. The erasure of Mu may have been deliberate, whether by natural catastrophe, societal upheaval, or conscious suppression by those who deemed its knowledge dangerous or inconvenient. This raises a critical question: how much of our collective history has been lost, rewritten, or forgotten? And if a civilization like Mu could vanish, leaving only whispers in myth and fragments in the seabed. What else might lie hidden, waiting to be rediscovered? The global echoes of Mu further emphasize its potential impact. From the flood myths of the Americas and Asia to the submerged city legends in the Pacific, recurring themes suggest a shared memory of a civilization erased from maps but preserved in collective consciousness. Cultural symbols, architectural parallels, and linguistic anomalies hint at a network of knowledge that transcended geography. Mu may not have been an isolated society. Rather, it could have influenced the development of countless civilizations, guiding architectural practices, religious systems, and societal organization. In this light, the sunken continent becomes more than a mystery. It becomes a missing chapter in the story of humanity itself. The scientific and archaeological evidence adds another layer of intrigue. Submerged terraces, linear formations, megalithic structures, and anomalies revealed by sonar mapping provide tangible hints of human intervention. Geological studies suggest that tectonic activity, sea level rise, and volcanic catastrophes could have swallowed entire landmasses, leaving behind fragments waiting to be discovered. While mainstream scholars often dismiss these findings as natural formations or coincidence, the accumulation of anomalies cannot be easily ignored. Whether interpreted as proof or as a spark for further investigation, these discoveries demand attention and curiosity. Equally important are the human stories of exploration. Researchers, divers, and adventurers have risked perilous journeys to explore the Pacific's depths, seeking traces of Mu where conventional knowledge says there is nothing. The persistence of these explorers mirrors the very nature of human curiosity, a refusal to accept incomplete answers, a drive to uncover what lies hidden, and a desire to understand the full scope of our origins. Every expedition, whether it confirms, challenges, or complicates our assumptions, adds to the narrative of Mu, keeping the mystery alive for future generations to explore and interpret. The philosophical implications of Mu are profound. The notion of a lost civilization with advanced technology, spiritual understanding, and the capacity to influence distant societies challenges not only historical timelines but also our understanding of human potential. Mu suggests that knowledge can be lost, hidden, or deliberately obscured, and that the human story is far more intricate than linear narratives allow. Recognizing the possibility of Mu is to acknowledge that our ancestors may have been capable of feats we barely comprehend, that civilizations can rise, fall, and leave a legacy encoded in myth, art, and the very earth beneath our feet. Mu also invites reflection on the fragility and resilience of human civilizations. If an advanced society could vanish beneath the ocean, leaving only myths and archaeological hints, it underscores the precariousness of human achievements. Yet the persistence of Mu in oral histories, legends, and scattered structures demonstrates resilience, the ability of knowledge, culture, and memory to survive against staggering odds. In this way, Mu is both a warning and an inspiration, a reminder that civilizations can be lost, yet their influence can echo through time, shaping generations long after the physical evidence has disappeared. For modern humanity, the story of Mu carries a powerful message. It encourages curiosity, critical thinking, and the courage to question established narratives. It demonstrates that history is not fixed, that mysteries remain beneath the surface of the familiar, and that discovery is as much about asking the right questions as it is about finding answers. Whether Mu ultimately proves to be a historical reality or a legend grounded in fragments of truth, it enriches our understanding of the human story and challenges us to consider what else may remain hidden, waiting for those willing to explore the unknown. In conclusion, the forbidden history of Mu is more than a tale of a lost continent. It is a call to expand the boundaries of knowledge, to reconcile myth with science, and to embrace the mystery inherent in human history. It forces us to confront the limits of what we know and to recognize the vastness of what remains unexplored. The submerged terraces, the echoes of myths across continents, the anomalies in geology and archaeology, all point to the tantalizing possibility of a civilization that defies conventional understanding. Mu invites us to imagine a world where human achievement predates history as we know it, a world where knowledge can survive through catastrophe, legend, and time itself. The journey through Mu's story leaves us with awe, curiosity, and perhaps a sense of humility. It reminds us that our ancestors were capable of greatness, that the past may hold secrets beyond imagination, and that history is an ongoing adventure, not a closed book. For those who dare to look beneath the waves, to interpret myths, to study anomalies, and to question the official record, Mu represents an invitation to explore, to discover, and to connect with a civilization that may have been lost but is far from forgotten. Ultimately, Mu challenges us to reconsider what we know about human history, our potential, and the mysteries of the world around us. It is a story of lost knowledge, hidden continents, and enduring legacy, a narrative that captivates, inspires, and demands our attention. In seeking Mu, we are not merely uncovering the past, we are expanding the horizon of human understanding, revealing that history is richer, stranger, and far more mysterious than we have ever dared to imagine. Even as we approach the end of our journey into the mysteries of Mu, one cannot help but wonder what the future holds for the exploration of this lost civilization. The story of Mu is far from complete. With every sonar scan, every deep-sea expedition, and every re-examination of myths and ancient texts, new questions emerge. The pursuit of Mu is not merely an archaeological endeavor, it is a philosophical and scientific quest, one that challenges our assumptions about history, human achievement, and the limits of knowledge. Modern technology, combined with a renewed interest in interdisciplinary research, may finally bring clarity to a story that has been shrouded in mystery for centuries. The future of Mu research relies heavily on the intersection of technology and curiosity. Advanced underwater mapping techniques are revealing previously invisible structures, terraces, and landforms beneath the Pacific waves. Remotely operated vehicles can explore areas that would be otherwise inaccessible, documenting anomalies and collecting samples without disturbing fragile environments. Satellite imagery, combined with AI-driven analysis, allows researchers to identify patterns in coastal formations, sediment deposits, and submerged plateaus that might indicate human activity. Every new tool increases the likelihood of uncovering traces of Mu, providing a glimpse into a civilization long considered lost or mythical. Collaboration between disciplines will also be essential in the next phase of exploration. Oceanographers, geologists, archaeologists, anthropologists, and linguists must work together to create a comprehensive understanding of the evidence. Myths and oral traditions can be analyzed alongside geological surveys and submerged structures to form a holistic picture of Mu's potential existence. By integrating the study of ancient texts, global legends, and physical anomalies, researchers can cross-reference findings, increasing the accuracy and depth of their conclusions. The next discoveries will likely emerge not from a single dive or expedition, but from the convergence of multiple lines of evidence converging into a coherent narrative. The global interest in Mu also suggests that citizen science and amateur exploration could play a significant role in future discoveries. Enthusiasts around the world are studying old maps, analyzing satellite imagery, and diving in regions previously unexplored. These independent efforts, when shared and verified, contribute to a growing pool of knowledge and increase the likelihood of breakthroughs. The story of Mu is no longer confined to dusty libraries or remote laboratories. It is alive in communities passionate about uncovering the truth, driven by curiosity, imagination, and the thrill of discovery. Education and public engagement will be critical in shaping the next phase of Mu research. By inspiring curiosity and critical thinking in young scholars, explorers, and enthusiasts, the story of Mu can encourage a new generation to question conventional history and explore the unknown. Public interest often drives funding, policy, and scientific collaboration, meaning that every documentary, lecture, and article contributes not only to knowledge but also to the momentum of discovery. Mu, in this sense, is not just a story of the past. It is a catalyst for the future of human understanding and exploration. There is also a profound philosophical dimension to consider. The quest for Mu embodies humanity's unending desire to uncover the unknown, to piece together fragmented histories, and to confront the limits of our understanding. Every anomaly, every legend, and every submerged formation reminds us that the past is vast, complex, and often hidden. Searching for Mu is a reminder that knowledge is never complete, that mysteries can endure for millennia, and that the human drive to explore, question, and discover is as important as the answers themselves. As technology advances, it is conceivable that previously unreachable regions of the Pacific will be mapped in unprecedented detail. Submerged structures, city layouts, or artifacts that hint at human intervention may finally emerge from the ocean's depths. These discoveries could rewrite our understanding of human civilization, confirming that advanced societies existed far earlier than recorded history suggests. Even a single verified find, whether a carved stone, a submerged terrace, or an artifact displaying sophisticated craftsmanship, would spark worldwide fascination and revolutionize the fields of archaeology, anthropology, and history. The ongoing quest for Mu also underscores the delicate balance between skepticism and open-mindedness in scientific inquiry. While many mainstream scholars remain doubtful of Mu's existence, the accumulation of geological anomalies, submerged structures, and cross-cultural myths cannot be dismissed outright. Future exploration requires both rigorous methodology and a willingness to entertain possibilities outside the conventional narrative. In embracing this dual approach, researchers honor both the discipline of science and the imagination that drives human curiosity, a combination that may ultimately reveal the truth behind Mu. In conclusion, the story of Mu is far from finished. The next chapter is waiting to be written by those who dare to explore, to question, and to investigate the submerged corners of our world. Every sonar scan, every dive, and every study of myth brings us closer to understanding whether Mu was a reality, a legend, or a combination of both. The quest for Mu exemplifies the timeless human pursuit of knowledge, the fascination with lost civilizations, and the enduring power of mystery to inspire exploration. Ultimately, the future of Mu research is not simply about uncovering a lost continent. It is about expanding our understanding of humanity's potential, history, and the forces that have shaped our world. It reminds us that mysteries endure not because they are impossible to solve, but because they challenge us to think, explore, and imagine. Mu's story is a call to action for future generations, to continue the quest, to piece together the puzzle, and to embrace the unknown with both rigor and wonder. The ocean may still hold the secrets of Mu, but with determination, technology, and curiosity, humanity may one day bring the lost continent from legend into reality, forever transforming our understanding of the past.